everyone, and welcome to London. I am Maurice Ashley, standing in front of the Elizabeth Tower, more affectionately known as Big Ben, the most famous of the British cultural icons. Well, another British icon is the London Chess Classic, now in its 8th edition, where 10 of the best chess players in the world will be competing in the final leg of the Grand Chess Tour. For more insights and commentary, we're going to throw it down to our team there in St. Louis.
Hello and welcome to the 2016 London Chess Classic. 10 of the world's best players have returned to London for one of the world's most elite chess events. I'm Tania Sachdev in the studio with Grandmaster Yasser.
Tanya, welcome. Looking forward to a great show.
As am I, Yasser. Now, this is the final stop of the Grand Chess Tour, and we've had an incredible tour starting from Paris to Leuven to Sinquefield and now ending with the London Chess Classic. And we've got a hot favorite with us.
Absolutely, Wesley So. I mean, and it's all about Wesley. He had a fantastic result at the Sinquefield Cup, going from last year where he was the last in the competition to the first, from the lowliest to the holiest. And that's why he's leading the Grand Chess Tour.
Right, indeed. And he did describe his victory of the Sinquefield Cup as the biggest win of his career. Let's take a look at the current standings. Wesley So leads the pack with 30 GCT points. Behind him is Levon Aronian, then Hikaru Nakamura, the French maestro at 4th position, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, who, if he has a great tournament at the London Chess Classic, can theoretically take over Magnus Carlsen in the world rankings.
Absolutely. To be number 1 ahead of Magnus would be huge. But he would have to pull a Caruana to do it.
Right, and well, he's known to do that, so you never know. And then former world champion is on number 6, Vishy Anand. Veselin Topalov, who had quite a disastrous Paris and Leuven event, but did cover some ground in Sinquefield. Anish Giri, who's had an absolutely forgettable Grand Chess Tour, will be looking at ending the year on a high. He just became a father, so it would be a great way to end the year. And former world champion Vladimir Kramnik on 9th position. Let's take a look at the format. It's a 10-player round robin, just like the Sinquefield Cup. The time control is 40 moves in 2 hours. The remainder of the game will be played in 60 minutes, and the fun part is that the 30-second increment only begins from move 41. So, Yasser, that means massive time scramble in the first time control.
The potential is there, absolutely. Without that increment, you can really fall behind on the clock.
Right, and let's also take a look at the world rankings of our players. Fabiano Caruana, world number 2, Vladimir Kramnik 3rd, and 4th is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Very interesting that 3 2,800 players in this year's London Chess Classic. Wesley So, who's had a fantastic year, just like you were saying, Yasser, super consistent play throughout the GCT, winning the Sinquefield Cup, being part of the US team, winning the gold
medal, yep,
in Baku. He's had a fantastic year and he's jumped to world number 5. Levon Aronian is 7th, Vishy Anand 8th, as he was in fact here for the Champion Showdown where he completely dominated the field. Hikaru Nakamura has gone down to world number 9, so he's definitely going to be looking at gaining some ground. Anish Giri on 10th. Veselin is 15th, and Michael Adams, the wildcard entry for the London Chess Classic, the homegrown boy, the favorite.
Absolutely.
England's number 1 player for the longest.
Yes, and he just won the British Championship with a record-breaking performance. He's a deserved wildcard.
Right. Also, what's really interesting is that despite the fact that we do not have Magnus Carlsen playing in this year's edition of the London Chess Classic, it is still a stronger edition than the previous year.
Exactly, because you see those ratings. I'm looking at 2,800 players in the field. Wow. Well, I'm excited for the event. I just love to see how it's going to unwind.
Absolutely, Yasser. That is the top 8 out of the top 10 players in the world here in London, and we've also got with us Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who's going to break it down for us.
Thank you, Tanya. Yes, an exciting event here to finish up the year. The largest and most important classical tournament here in December, just closing off the Grand Chess Tour. Wesley So, a heavy favorite, but let's not make sure that he actually finishes well because he has a very tough matchup today. He's playing against Hikaru Nakamura. It's Hikaru Nakamura's birthday, actually, and he wants to put the pressure on Wesley So. If we take a look at the standings of the Grand Chess Tour, we can see that it's only Hikaru Nakamura that can win the Grand Chess Tour if something bad happens to Wesley So. The only way that Hikaru can win is if he replaces the the Leuven tournament that he had with only 4 points of the GCT, with 13 from the Grand Chess Tour final, the London Chess Classic. That would catapult him to 30 points and a half on the best 3 scores that he has. And Wesley So has to finish 4th or worse. That means that he scores 7 or less points, Grand Chess Tour points that is, at the London Chess Classic. Levon Aronian cannot mathematically win the tournament because he has currently a bad tournament in Paris, which he can replace with 13 points. That would add 7 to his total. That's still not good enough to catch Wesley So. So therefore, Hikaru Nakamura is the only person that can technically win the Grand Chess Tour over Wesley So. And we have with us Maurice Ashley in London.
Thanks, Alejandro, and it is absolutely an exciting time here in London. Of course, we have the London Chess Classic, all these top players roaming around. And when I spoke to them before the tournament, they all felt like this was an important tournament to win, and particularly the Americans. Fabiano Caruana really felt like this was a tournament he wanted to show his stuff. Now number 2 in the world, clear. And of course, as you guys mentioned, if he wins the way we know Fabi can go on a streak, then he will absolutely take over Magnus Carlsen's #1 spot in the world. So this is a big, big tournament for him. Nakamura, the birthday boy, well, he can win the Grand Chess Tour with a scintillating result here. So he really actually made it a big point that he wants to win this event as well. And Wesley, he almost seems like he's not clear as to why he's the big dog, like he's the boss, but he definitely wants to finish on a high note. He mentioned to me that he's thrilled that he's always playing against the top players all the time. But there are a lot of other great players in the field. We will be following the action live here from London. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, some very, very explosive matchups going into round 1. But before that, let's take a look at the schedule. We start today, December 9th, and as Alejandro mentioned, it's also Hikaru Nakamura's birthday. So it's 4 p.m. today, London time. And what is interesting is that on weekends in London, they prepone the game by 2 hours, so it starts at 2 p.m. London time. The rest of the days again at 4 p.m. Wednesday would be the only free day for the players, and then again on Saturday, Sunday, the weekend, the games begin at 2 p.m. Now this is quite interesting because as a chess player, you've got this whole routine going on before a game, Yasser, and a kind of an up and down in the timings tends to throw you off that routine a bit.
Absolutely. You get into a groove and then suddenly, you know, it's 2 hours earlier that you have to start. But it's only happening on the weekends. The players are going to adjust to that nicely. There we see our Grand Chess Tour.
Smiling Wesley,
very happy.
Next to him is his first round opponent, Hikaru Nakamura. And well, this year has been good for birthday boys. I mean, Magnus Carlsen playing some of the most important games on his birthday. Well, what's Hikaru going to do today?
Exactly, and next to Hikaru is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I take a look at this field and I just think to myself, you know, just how great all of these players were. You were mentioning that Vichy was here for the St. Louis SmackDown, and vintage Vichy, when he's in his groove, he can really just play so beautiful. I noticed that in the Grand Chess Tour that Vladimir Kramnik was low, even though he's the #3 player in the world, and that should be clarified that he had to withdraw from the Sinkfield, so he got no points for that. Right. But he's really a great player, and I'm looking forward to some marvelous chess.
Right, because in the Grand Chess Tour, out of the 4 events that the players play, the top 3 scores are taken, so you can withdraw out of one, but continue if you played all the other 3 events.
Yeah, and then unfortunately you can't burn your worst result. What are these people playing for, Tanya?
Let's take a look at the purse. So $300,000 at stake in the London Chess Classic, and it's not just that. $100,000 bonus pool for the Grand Chess Tour overall winner, $50,000 for the runner-up. And what is very exciting is also that even though it's just Hikaru Nakamura who can take it away from Wesley, but the second spot for the runner-up of the entire GCT 2016 is completely wide open. So it's everything to play for. The first place in the London Chess Classic goes back home with $75,000, $50,000, $40,000. I mean, these are amazing figures, and then on top of that, you've got 150,000 GCD prize fund to fight for as well.
Exactly. No, this is a golden period for the top players in the world. The elite tour is just getting better and better, and these players are they're so deserving. It's wonderful.
Definitely a big way to celebrate New Year's Eve if you've got a good Grand Chess Tour finishing.
Right, and you mentioned that everybody wants to finish the year on a high note, a really important moment for Fabi, because if he can pull off even a great result here to leapfrog Magnus, I think it was years that Magnus has kept that #1 position. That would be a real challenge to Magnus. It would be great.
That would be quite historical. And we see Malcolm Payne from London. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Chess in the UK this tournament. It was a very long time since we'd had a quality chess tournament in Britain until the first London Chess Classic arrived. Now everybody looks forward to it. I'm delighted to tell everybody that in fact the Classic is sold out in every aspect. That's to say, all the tournaments are full. The London Chess Classic Chess and Education Conference on the didactics of chess is full. All the side tournaments are full. And for me, this is, if you like, a vindication of what it is we're doing here. The only question is, can we find somewhere bigger to stage this event, or can Olympia give us a little bit more space? Now, the London Chess Classic is part of the Grand Chess Tour. This is the 4th tournament in the tour, the climax of the tour. There have been tournaments in Paris, Leuven and St. Louis, the Singfield Cup. The London Chess Classic is the 4th and final leg, and the standings show that there's still an awful lot to play for. The current leader of the tour is Wesley So, and Hikaru Nakamura, who is playing him today, can overtake him. So the tour is in a very, very interesting stage. We've got $150,000 of tour bonuses at stake at this tournament. Now I'd like to welcome the players to the stage. The first board, critical for the outcome, well, obviously of the tournament, but also of the tour, is between two grandmasters from America. Would you please welcome Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So? To my right, two of the greats of the game. The second-ranked player in the world from the United States, Fabiano Caruana, and former world champion, Vishy Anand. And to my right, the French #1, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and from Holland, Dutch #1, Anish Giri. You need a pen, Anish? Yeah? Have you got to make sure you've got rid of your phone as well? To my left, always a fascinating game between these two. An honour to have world champions. Vladimir Kramnik won the world championship just down the road in Hammersmith. He likes to go and visit it, I believe, every time he's in London. He likes to go and see the tournament hall, likes to go and look at the house that he stayed in. Please welcome to the stage from Russia, Vladimir Kramnik. And please, a warm welcome for former world champion from Bulgaria, Veselin Topolov. He also needs a pen, but the arbiter, the deputy arbiter, has lots of pens. Very good. Playing wide to my left, from Armenia, regular visitor to the Classic, who gave a fantastic masterclass yesterday to the children who were invited from chess in schools to the RAC club. showed us the most wonderful game. I'm sure his opponents won't want him to play another game like that, but I certainly enjoyed watching it and learning the insights. From Armenia, Levon Aronian. And the wild card at the London Chess Classic, the England #1, Michael Adams. Now, as the Classic is staged by chess in schools and communities, it's a long-standing tradition that the opening move, sometimes more than one move, is made by one of the children associated with the charity or in the charity program. And so I'd like you to welcome to the stage today from Christopher Hatton School, Levi Weston. Now, Levi won one of the competitions in the UK Chess Challenge, and he is in fact an ultimo. Those of you who follow the UK Chess Challenge will know what that means. It means he won all his games. Come over here, please, Levi. Now, you're going to make the first move for Hikaru. Now, Hikaru's had a few adventures with this over the years because the level of the child who plays chess, the chess level of the child who makes this opening move varies with each round. And we've had a few raised eyebrows occasionally as some of the first moves. But here, we've got a really strong player. So what do you think might be a good first move for Hikaru? He's thinking about it. He's having a good long think about it.
Can I do something silly?
Can I do something silly? Well, you know what? If that's what you want to do, you can. Fortunately, Hikaru, you're allowed to take it back. Okay, go on. As long as it's legal, though. I must insist that it's a legal chess move. That's not silly. That's the English opening.
Wow, I personally would be so happy if C4 was ever declared silly. I mean, that's one of the openings I'm constantly struggling with.
One of my favorites, the English opening. What an opening for the start of the London Classic. It always frightens me when I see these young children making the opening moves, because those photos come back to Hana's. 10 years later, they're #2 in the world. These young kids are fantastic.
Right, and just about Malcolm, I mean, he is one of the most respected figures in the chess world, Yasser, not just for organizing this brilliant London Chess Classic, but also he's the man behind the iconic Chess in Schools program in the UK.
Exactly, as well as the publication Chess itself. But let's take a look at the matchups again, and just to see who the players are, and I'll turn it over to Alejandro to explain to us who he likes in this opening round.
Well, we have Levon Aronian with the white pieces playing against the wild card Michael Adams. Levon definitely a more experienced player in this top event for the past few years, but Michael Adams has been such a traditionally strong player, playing so many top events in the 90s, in the early 2000s. He plays Linares, he's played against Kasparov, he's played all kinds of top tournaments. He's used to this pressure. I'm excited to see kind of this event, Aronian playing for a more risky type of chess. He's been very solid in the last few events. Michael Adams, a total wall. I want to see a little bit more excitement there. And this is the game we have up there. In other pairings, I think one of the key ones, obviously, is going to be Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So. We'll be talking plentifully about them. Surprisingly, they haven't played that much. I think they have played only like 11 or 12 games, which is surprising to me because Hikaru and Wesley, both from America, just haven't faced each other that often. It just shows you how fast Wesley So's meteoric rise has been in the last few years. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Anish Giri. Well, as Malcolm was saying, they play some exciting chess against each other. We've seen some crazy Nidors when Maxime Vachier is black. We're going to have to see how he's going to handle the white pieces against his Dutch rival. Fabiano Caruana against Vichy Anand, another thing that's become a staple, very classic. Fabiano Caruana really wants to take reins of what happened in the last month. Vichy Anand came here and destroyed him pretty much in the St. Louis showdown. He wants a little bit of revenge. Fabiano has recently played in the Bundesliga. He played a couple of games there, so he had some time to warm up. Vichy, I don't think, has played anything since the showdown. He also played the Bundesliga. All right. And, well, finally, the rematch of the World Championship. Vladimir Kramnik against Veselin Topalov. No lost love in that matchup. They played over 100 games of chess. They do not shake hands before they begin the game or when they finish, as they had quite the conflict back in their World Championship match.
Wow, that is quite a grudge match going back to 2006 in Lista, where Veselin Topalov and his team made unfounded accusations against Kramnik, and they've never reconciled ever since.
Exactly. And the games are underway. Look at that. Off they go. And, well, what can I say? I'm just amazed that the Joko piano, the quiet opening game from E4, E5, has become de rigueur, as the Berlin has just put a kibosh, it seems, on the Rui Lopez.
It's true. I mean, we haven't seen the Italian as much at the top level, but it was employed at the World Championship as well. It's
of course.
Let's make Italian great again.
Yes, indeed. And let's turn it over to Alejandro to take us through some opening games.
Well, E4, E5 has dominated the chess world for the past month. It was basically the most important opening battle in the World Championship. So I'm kind of glad to see that there are not that many E4, E5s today. Actually, we're only going to see one here in the Aronian against Michael Adams game. We have the Italian, as you were mentioning. Very typical for Michael Adams to start E4, E5. I actually don't know if he plays anything else. Super solid player. In the matchup of the day, we're going to have a Grunfeld here, as Hikaru Nakamura has never played the move E4 against Wesley, so he didn't start here. He decided to start with the move D4 and go straight for the Grunfeld, something people have been avoiding as of recently. They're trying to get out of the Grunfeld channels because there are so many forcing lines and so many of them end in draws that White has been trying to kind of avoid this opening by playing either clever move orders or just not going for it. I want to see what Hikaru has in store. Let me just refresh the board. He's going for a very quick Bishop E3, Rook C1 type of ideas. He's delaying the development of this knight to f3. This is a very theoretical battle. Black, of course, has the option of going into the endgame by taking on d4, and playing queen a5 at some point. That is not really recommended yet. You're supposed to keep the tension for at least another move. Play queen a5 first if you want to do that way, or you could castle. Wesley decided to castle. And this is going to be an interesting theoretical battle because Hikaru has had to have something planned in a very studied variation. We do have a Najdorf, which a little bit surprised about because I was mentioning Maxime loves to play the Najdorf with the black pieces. It's actually Giri that's going to be essaying it against him. This line of the H3 Najdorf has become incredibly popular in the last few years. I think everybody's taking up the fashion of playing H3. Bishop G5 has fallen out of grace because of a lot of dull draws that we saw, just very forced theoretical battles. Bishop E3 has been giving up some ground to H3, but you still see it once in a while the positional attempt of Bishop E2 hasn't been really resurging in the past couple of years. H3 has definitely become the staple now. E5, knight D2, H5 with the idea of avoiding G4. G3 is played instead. And Bishop E6, we have a couple more moves. Bishop G2 and B5. Still somewhat theoretical duel, but more positional. It allows more creativity from both players as opposed to this rigorous, forced, sharp lines of the Najdorf. So I kind of like the style better for both players, honestly. The game revolves a lot about the square D5, where the knight goes to D5, and it will go to D5 at some point. How Black deals with the knight, whether he ignores it, he captures on D5, what is he going to do about it? This is basically what the game is about.
Thank you, Alejandro. And I remember as a kid, little kid, when I was just taking up chess, and this whole variation of the Najdorf where Black plays the move A7, A6. In those days, we used to call it pawn to queen, rook 3. I didn't understand the move. And then White would play pawn to king, rook 3. And just the asymmetry of those two moves confused the heck out of me. And I don't want to let Alejandro escape here because this is an amazing move that really throws me off in the game between Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, our key matchup. Wesley's just made this anti-Grunfeld move you almost never see as Black. He just tossed out E7, E5, and that is so contrary to everything I know about the move, about the Grunfeld opening. The whole point is this bishop on G7 is supposed to have a sweeping view of the long diagonal, and this move E7, E5 I find very confounding because that's not what you're supposed to do, and there's a potential for a pawn to be captured as well. So Alejandro, is this move a novelty? I mean, it just strikes me as so utterly peculiar.
Well, Yasser, it's not a novelty, and actually this is taken from the page of another player in the London Chess Classic. E5 was essayed by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave only a few months ago against Peter Svidler. That game went E5, and as you mentioned, you can take on E5, and that's what Svidler did, but he actually ended up losing the game. Let me just pull it up here in this manner. E5, D takes E5, check, Rook D8, sorry, King C2, and we got this kind of weird endgame in which currently White's up a pawn. He's taking on C5, so recapturing on E5 will not gain it back immediately. After Bishop D7, F4, Bishop C6, it just happened that there was too much pressure on White's pawns in the center. You can see it's no longer really possible to defend the pawn on E4. Bishop D3 runs into C4, I'm pretty sure. So this was already ugly for the white pieces. This was a rapid game, true, it was in a classical style, but it seems like E5 is an idea that has to have been on the players' minds because Hikaru was not shy of playing D5 almost immediately against Wesley. So definitely he had seen the game, he had prepared something against it, and I see that Wesley has decided to put the knight on D7. The computer is also suggesting to put first the queen on a blockading square on D6 and only then develop the knight to D7. It's a fascinating struggle in the sense that you have this past protected pawn. You normally think that's an advantage, but right now it hinders some of White's activity. It definitely doesn't allow him to maneuver his pieces as comfortably as he wants to, and it's blockaded, which is going to be blockaded for a very long time. You can imagine this knight might even maneuver to D6 where it will attack E4. So the game sometimes doesn't really involve the pawn so much. It will be blockaded. There's nothing White can do about it. It revolves around what White can do besides having this pawn. A lot of the times you can see them attacking on the king side, trying to divert the attention away from the pawn. Playing H4 is a very common idea in this kind of positions because the center has already been completely locked up. There's a very normal strategical reasoning that if the center is locked up, you can attack on the flank. There is no reason necessarily to castle, even though you can. But you can also just go H4 and try to checkmate the guy while you have superior development. Notice that the queen on D2 and the bishop on E3 will allow me to play bishop H6 and exchange this dark square bishop if I wanted to attack. On the other hand, do you really want to exchange dark square bishops when, as you said, you already hemmed it in? It's a position in which the strategical struggle takes many sides, and there is no move that is wrong. It's just up to the style of the player and how they want to handle it.
Thank you for all of that. But just, well, first of all, we see how these players have matched up in the past.
Well, yeah, as Alejandro mentioned, that they haven't played as many times as you would expect them to. They've played about 11 times in classical chess,
right?
With 8 draws and 2-1 for Hikaru Nakamura, so he's leading the score, but it's also, I think this matchup is also so interesting from a psychological point of view because Hikaru Nakamura has dominated the US scene for many years. He's been 4 times US champion.
Right.
And then you had Fabiano Caruana come in,
right,
who took that from him.
Right.
And now Wesley So jumping to world number 5 ranking has gone to US number 2 while Hikaru is at US number 3 currently.
Right, slipping.
So he obviously wants to kind of regain that, and you know, a big win with White against Wesley is a huge boost for him. They play in the US team together, but there's also a lot of competition amongst these 3 because they're playing the elite events against each other very, very often. And as Alejandro was mentioning in their position, I mean, it's really interesting to even explain a move like D5 from a pure chess point of view that, like you said, the bishop on G7 needs to be blocked, so do you really want to take on E5? Even if you, a lot of times I feel we are in this situation where we might not know the theory, and then you're trying to come up with a decent reply, yes, without taking that much time. And in a position like this, you can explain that because you decide that taking on E5 is not a great idea because you don't want to activate that bishop.
Right.
So you go for D5, not spoiling your pawn structure.
Absolutely.
With the plans of the advance on the flank on the king side.
Right.
And yeah, I like the D5 reply.
I do too. I'm just still kind of thrown backwards by the move E5 itself because, again, it's so out of character for the whole concept of the Grunfeld. We will really see how this game evolves. I like the space. I'll take White. But I must say this move E5, I'm still getting the
Taking
zen of
it in.
it.
Also very interesting that both these players have extremely combative styles of play. So
They
one
do.
thing we can be sure of is that they're not going to shy away from aggressive options on the board.
Absolutely. Everybody here, as you were saying, big tussle for second place in the Grand Chess Tour. You know, they want to go out on a bang for the end of the year. So why not give it your all? And that's what we're hoping for. I'll turn it over to Alejandro to ask him what games are grabbing his interest in the first round.
Well, Yasser, it's the Najdorf usually that grabs my attention, at least early on, and this is no exception. We have the MVL game against Giri. We left it off here around b5, castles, knight bd7, bishop e3, bishop e7, all normal developing moves. And I was talking about how it would depend a lot on how black recaptures here on d5. You can actually recapture both ways. You can take with the knight or with the bishop, both strategically completely different scenarios. In this case, he decided to take with the knight, and Nish decided to play bishop f5. And I was looking at this position with some curiosity, as after f4, some things are happening. You can see that black doesn't really want to castle at any point because his pawn on h5 is a little weak. Currently, there's a threat of f takes e5, exploiting the fact that the bishop on f5 is currently hanging. It seems like black's getting into a little bit of trouble to me, but actually, Giri is the one that's repeating a game from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This was, again, a game that MVL had with the black pieces against Caruana 3 years ago. So it's interesting to see that Giri is the one now playing with the black pieces. Rook c8 was played very quickly here, attacking the pawn on c2, which seems to be a novelty. MVL had tried to move queen c8, and after rook c1, that game eventually ended in a draw, but it was quite complicated. Giri, for some reason, decided that the rook to c8 was the better piece, c3, and bishop h7. This is more logical considering that the queen didn't go to c8, since then you would have this battery on h3. Without the battery, he decides the bishop is better placed on h7, and we have a strategically complex situation. Here, resolving the central tension is going to be difficult for both sides. Black doesn't really want to take on f4 and allow the knight to come to that square, attacking the pawn on h5, whereas white doesn't want to take on e5 and allow the knight to come to e5 with the tempo. So you have to keep the tension for both sides. MVL has a couple of choices on how to continue. One of them is to say, whatever, just take on e5 and try to get the knight out, attack as quickly as possible, exploit the fact that the king is in the center. Or he can go a little bit slower and play a4, try to break on the queen side, more or less playing on all three flanks. You have a weakness on the king side that you can focus on. You can start focusing on the b5 square, whereas meanwhile, black has a very powerful bishop on this diagonal, but his king's not completely safe. Giri apparently knows this position quite well because he's playing very, very quickly, and it's MVL currently that's now in the tank. So it's surprising, but in a Najdorf, it seems like MVL is the one that doesn't have as much theoretical knowledge as his opponent.
Thank
Very
you,
interesting.
Alejandro.
Yeah, so looking at this position, I am more drawn towards the idea of a4 over f takes e5, simply because that knight on e5 is such a monstrous defender throughout the game, as well as a dynamic piece that can create a lot of problems. I mean, in general, in Sicilian, to allow the knight on e5 without having the opportunity to challenge it is something that you would want to not go into.
Exactly. Well, that game is remarkable for the imbalances, and it's funny how your approach and Alejandro made this a4, and whether you want to resolve on the pawn on e5. You know, I grew up with Anatoly Karpov as the world champion, and one of the things that Anatoly Karpov did that was just so beautiful in so many ways, if you take this knight on e2 and magically put it on the square e4, he won some really beautiful games where he absolutely destroyed his opponent. So you were mentioning that your approach might be a4. Another approach would be to take on e5, and after knight takes e5, bring your knight to d4 and to c6. An Anatoly Karpov approach would go f5. And I was drawn to this with the idea that if you castled into it, so I can show you what I want to put on the board, something terrible for black. I'll just make some bad moves for black for a moment, and we have a situation like this, and you can see a positional wipeout in the cards. White simply wants to go g4, g5, and put a knight on e4, and then it's game over.
The bishop on h7 is not great, but I'm just looking, I mean, this f5 idea, it looks extremely tempting with the positional, and it's not even really going for the kill. It's more of a strategic concept of bringing your knight to e4. And I'm wondering, in a position like this, should black go bishop g5?
Absolutely, because this bishop on e7 is passive. The one reason that I would be attracted to f5 is because this weakness on h5 kind of does stand out when the bishop's on h7. However, I mean, black, as you just mentioned, has his own ways of dealing with white's approach, which would be bishop g5, offering the trade of bishops. And although the knight's not coming to e5, well, there is this rook along the open c-file, and maybe f5 is premature, but that would be one of the positional approaches that white could take. Having spoken about the imbalances in this one, take a look at the symmetry that's going on between our two former world champions, Vladimir Kramnik and Veselin Topalov. Look at that for symmetry. That's really I'm sure it's theoretical. It just has a visual impact on me when I see these moves. D4 takes c5 and d5 takes c4.
It's supposed to be the other way around.
Exactly. Something's wrong here. What's wrong with this picture? Knight comes out to a3 very nicely. White wants to simply capture this pawn and go a pawn to the good.
Very
and this
typical
move,
c3.
Very, very, very nice. And word from Maurice Ashley in London. Take it away, Maurice.
Yes, so the beginning of the game, as you mentioned, Alejandro, Kramnik and Topalov did not shake hands, as they are absolutely wont to do. That big rivalry has been going on ever since that World Championship match in Elista and Toilet Gate, and we all know about what happened there. Interesting at the start of the game was to see Anand being frozen at the board by Fabiano Caruana, who just blitzed out his opening moves. These players knew from a long time ago that they were going to be playing each other specifically in these rounds. So, you know, they've had months to be able to prepare for each other. So this was interesting to see Anand slowing down in what is a pretty slow-paced opening, the English opening. Excitement, of course, on the other boards. The Wesley So game, a huge game. Wesley So, you talk about a rivalry between these two players. Wesley is starting to put his mark down and trying to be not just U.S. #2, which he is right now. He wants to break that 2,800 barrier and show that maybe he is a true rival for Magnus Carlsen. So a huge tournament afoot, and round one certainly starts off the party just right. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And the thing's really heating up in that Wesley So game. White's moves kind of make a strange impression. C3, C4, very slow way of doing it, but reinforcing the protected pass pawn on D5. But there goes Wesley getting an early initiative with this move, F7, F5. Another move of White's bishop, bishop C1 to E3 to G5. You don't want to lose time. Knight F6. Alejandro, take this away. This is getting sharp very quickly. I'm not sure Naka's got anything.
Well, that's not Nakamura's problem right now, Yasser.
Okay.
I saw him go in the very typical Nakamura pose. He shakes his head, tries to remember his openings, and then makes a move. And usually this works out just fine. But this move, knight e2, my computer is saying is just a blunder.
Right.
After knight takes e4, which is obvious tactic, you have to capture the queen. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Otherwise, yep.
Knight takes d2. Now you're attacking both the bishop and this bishop on f1, so you're not actually in danger of losing a piece. Bishop e7 you can play. Where should these suggest, Tania? No,
Bishop e7?
Yes.
Yeah, bishop e7 looks fine. Rook f7 or rook e8, the computer prefers this slightly, but they don't really matter. The bishop, I don't know, captures on c5 if he wants, but after knight takes f1, doesn't really matter what you recapture with. Let's just stick with the king because it looks more logical. b6, bishop a3, bishop a6, and even though material is still equal, pawn on c4 is dying next move. I'm just going to play rook c8 and capture it. The pair of bishops make quite the impression. The king is very weak. This rook's not coming out anytime soon. The computer says black is completely winning already. So I'm completely confused at what Hikaru is doing. I don't actually see any way out of this because after knight takes e4, as we mentioned, you absolutely have to take the queen. There is nothing else there. And after knight takes d2, it just seems like you are forced to go into this position down the pair of bishops, but it's not just down the pair of bishops. Your pieces are going to be completely messed up because you lost your ability to castle, and these pawns, which we like calling the hanging pawns because they cannot be defended by other ones, show a big weakness, especially in this position, as you would love to have this pawn on b3, and then maybe white's only a little bit worse, but with the pawn on a2 and this pawn islands everywhere, you're just pretty much lost, I think.
Wow, I completely agree, by the way. The move knight e2 I just found is utterly revolting. And I'm sure Hikaru realizing...
Yeah, he doesn't look happy at all. I mean, this is quite shocking to get such a position with
I don't
white.
think he's realized what he's done, actually.
I don't, yeah, I'm about to say, I don't think it's actually dawned on him that knight e2 and being unfair to our birthday boy, there he is, the cherub face. Hikaru Nakamura.
Through the years.
I know, and I remember him as that little boy too, and quite something, quite a special talent. Do you remember him that young, Alejandro?
We actually met when we were, I want to say I was 8 years old and he was 9.
Wow.
So, yeah, he looked something like that.
But the question is, did you look something like that?
No comment. Those pictures, even production will never find them.
Yeah, yes.
As I say, they're probably on Google trying to find them right now.
Right. In our next segment, we'll nail it.
And Hikaru's has been said on and on that he actually plays quite well on his birthday, but it seems that today something is going on.
He's not taken that much time. I mean, he's pretty much
I don't think he's realized what he's done.
Yeah.
I
But
think
you
he
make a move like
completely
92,
messed
you
up.
definitely think about 94, right?
Of
I mean,
course.
it's in your face.
Absolutely. And
I think he just messed up the move order.
I do too, because knight e2 just is
don't know
begging for knight e4, and that's horrendous. I was
So 94, bishop d8, let's just...
well, let's do it.
See
But
if
I
I
was
can-
going knight e4. Alejandro just showed us a completely forcing line that just ends up looking terrible. Now, of course, you can take this knight. Not that you want to. There's moves like bishop h6 afoot, but just recapturing your pawn down.
And your pawn up. Yes,
So
exactly.
that's horrendous. So you have to move your bishop. You're attacking the rook.
Right.
The rook moves to f7, returning the favor. Bishop takes c5. So now
Which
you
is also
regained your
forced.
material. But after this trade, and as Alejandro mentioned, whether you recapture with the rook or with the king, the bottom line is this pawn on c4 is going to be terminal after
Double bishop,
b6.
you're losing the pawn on c4.
And guess what? At the end of the day, too, these pawns on f5 and e5 are simply super powerful as they restrict white's knight on, there you go. These two pawns on f5 and e5. This is a horrendous position.
This looks like a wreck.
Yes, a train wreck. Absolutely well put. And that's it. I mean, Wesley So is
This is not the position you're aiming for round one with white pieces against somebody you want to catch up.
Not at all. Going back for a moment before that move, egregious move, knight e2 was played, I was actually expecting Hikaru even to go for some kind of a pawn sacrifice like bishop d3 takes on e4, just drop back with the bishop, anticipating that this knight will one day worm its way over to e2, g3, or c3 and pick the pawn back up.
Right.
This is actually a lot more sensible. Knight e2, huge blunder. Wesley just licking his lips saying,
Well, he's
wait
looking,
a minute.
Look at his expression right now. Wesley's been looking around. He's thinking, what am I missing?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
really what he's thinking right now.
Exactly.
What is it that I'm missing at this moment
Yeah.
that Hikaru is allowing me to do this? It looks
Wow.
so simple. The problem is that it's not a very hard calculation. This is a very basic calculation for a grandmaster of any level, especially one of these top GMs. And Wesley's completely baffled, and I would be too if I had this position with black.
Well, exactly. You
No,
just
I mean,
don't
94
expect
is
the 20.
definitely coming on board very soon. I'm guessing that Hikaru played 92, probably completely overlooking 94 and just thinking fe4 with the idea that you go knight g3 and try to win back that pawn at some time. But 94 is...
But it's a completely standard idea, right?
Right. Well, you've played bishop g5. Maybe when you say this move, bishop g5, you just think you're in a pin.
Right.
Just crushing.
We'll go to Maurice.
Knight takes e4, bishop takes d8 is forced because you're forked, knight attacking queen and bishop. So bishop takes queen, knight takes queen, and now you're down a full pawn for no reason. You're going to try to get it back with your bishop to e7, and now rook to e8, bishop takes. But now after knight takes on f1, you take with something, let's call it the rook. Now the move b6, and after the bishop moves wherever, now bishop to a6, and this little scrumptious character is going to die. This rook c8's coming, there's going to be a massive attack, the king's stuck in the middle, black has the two bishops. He is in tremendous trouble right now. Nakamura is virtually dead. This move, knight e2, was a horrible blunder, and it looks as though Wesley So, he's stunned right now, taking a look at it, but I see myself on the screen in St. Louis for some reason. They switched to me, but I was really just talking for the audience this whole time.
Well, very good, Maurice. You were doing a very good job reflecting exactly what Alejandro had said over here in St. Louis. Absolutely. There's Wesley thinking to himself,
incredible.
am I being
Wesley
gifted?
wins this game. That is...
We can stop talking about the Grand Chess
About
Tour.
the first prize of the Grand Chess Tour. I mean, that is a huge way to start this event.
Absolutely.
I mean, Hikaru doesn't only have to win the event, he has to win it clear first.
Clear
if he ties
first.
to first and wins in a
It's
tiebreak,
not
that's not enough.
Not enough. And so there's Hikaru giving away a birthday gift to his opponent, Wesley. And Wesley, again, just, you know, I would be like Wesley right now. I'm kind of stunned. 2,800 grandmasters just don't blunder this badly. And it's not the pawn. It's the position. It's just over. Yeah, knight takes
That's
e4.
the kind of stunned you want to be, because you don't get it every day against the 2,800 with black pieces in round one. Well, we're going to see what Wesley comes up with, though we're pretty sure it's going to be knight into e4 on the board in a few minutes. Let's take a look at MVL's game. How did he react in that position?
Oh, yes. Well, there we had that situation from the Najdorf where it was a very rich possibility. And guess what? They liked your move a2, a4. After this move, bishop f5 to h7. We were talking about the many approaches that white could take. f4 takes e5, f4, f5, a2, a4, opening up the queen side, a second flank, castles, ab, ab, and we're up to date with the play.
Right.
Rook
Opening up
on
the A file, the B5 pawn is weak at some moments.
Right.
I like that approach. And also just coming back to the idea of F5 Yasser, which you had mentioned, which is actually, I mean, a lot of players can be really tempted to play this move because, like you said, strategically it looks so good, right?
Overwhelming.
Yeah, so I was just seeing this variation with bishop G5 now.
Yes.
And if white goes queen D2, I'm wondering if a move like queen B6 is possible.
Oh, that looks like a
Or is it
fantastic,
just pretty but
move.
makes no sense at all?
Well, no. It's a very nice move. I think you're going to end up basically at the end of the day you forcing a trade. But now the question is, I've got to protect this pawn. Where does my bishop go?
F2?
Well, then the pawn on f5
is lost, yeah.
is lost. So maybe that was the tactical refutation to the
Right.
move f4, f5. He did, in fact, play your move, a4, castles, ab, ab. And now, again, I'm looking at this square c6, okay? So if I was white, I'm sitting there going, oh, I've got a dream. My dream is to take this knight, which is on e2, doing absolutely nothing, by the way, and put it on the c6 square. Maybe I lose a tempo, as Alejandro mentioned, takes on e5, knight takes e5, knight d4, but if this knight ever lands on c6, it's going to land with impact, and you can play knight c4. I'm not sure if you're chasing my bishop to a better square, bishop c1, protecting the pawn on b2. And by the way, there's a little tickle going on over here on the king side as well. The pawn on h5 is vulnerable. Very double-edged position. If black doesn't have something really good, I will take white.
Indeed, it is a very double-edged position, but I'm always double-minded about a move like fe5 simply because of allowing the knight e5. But I love the idea of bringing my knight to c6, and I'm just wondering if I can do that without giving this
tempo,
without giving black's knight the square of e5. Maybe try to maneuver it through knight c1, b3, and go to a5 and c6. Just simply because I don't want to give this e5 square an absolutely any counterplay to black.
You're greedy. Look at this. You know, you remember Bobby Fish said, to get, you got to give. So you're thinking maybe knight c1 to a2.
I just want it all.
To b, yes.
Or b3 to a5 or a2 to b4.
You'll go through the protected square. And you're
Attacking
right.
h5.
You're right. I mean, it takes you a little bit of time to complete all of this maneuvering. If you get there, it's a caveman approach. It's huge. You just go smash. I suppose from Black's point of view, while you're making all of these...
You want to go h4.
Yeah, I really want to kind of mix it up on the king side now with the move f7, f5. Very typical in the Najdorf. You just counterpunch. You just don't sit back and let your opponent develop all the threats that you throw. And you might even throw, by the way, a b5, b4 in as well, just to keep that mix alive. There's a c2 square for the rook might land one day. Again, I think it's totally double-edged. It's not just play on one goal here, all three results. Sharp, sharp game. Let's go back to the Hikaru game. Alejandro, tossing it to you. Have we seen this move, knight takes e4 yet? Has it appeared?
No, guys, Wesley's still thinking about it, trying to make sure that knight takes e4 works or seeing if there's some kind of booby trap he has missed. He is not missing anything. This game here between MVL and Giri, I find still strategically fascinating. The idea of playing knight c1, b3, a5 reminds me more of a Catalan type approach where you take 1 million moves to maneuver your pieces around. It does not work in the Najdorf. The Najdorf is all about action and power and quickness. After knight c1, b4, I think that already Black is much better. After taking on b4, what else can you do? Taking on f4, you take with the bishop, queen b6 regains this pawn, and you can see the pawn islands are not in white's favor. If you take with this pawn, then I can start just developing my initiative, rook e8, and you can see how I'm exploiting the fact that you've retreated the knight by opening up the position. Again, chess strategy 101. When you have underdeveloped your pieces, you, as your opponent has, you open up the position in order to exploit it. And now white's bishops are not very happy about this. Bishop h4 is coming into the position. The king's a little bit vulnerable, and all of white's pawns are just a huge pawn island. A lot of tactical problems for white in this situation. Knight c1's a little bit slow. I see that MVL has not played just yet. I do like one of the computer recommendations, and I like exploiting the weakness here on c6, so why not do it with the rook? Whoops, not here. This position. Rook a6. And maybe establish some dominance here in the 6th rank. It avoids the knight coming to b6, which is also an important factor. The queen also cannot check me if the bishop somehow disappears from the diagonal. And I'm putting pressure on the c6 square and on d6. That means the bishop cannot go anywhere on e7. The rook's actually not vulnerable at all. If I get taken away, I can just play rook b6. The knight had an important role guarding the b6 square, and now this pawn on b5 is quite upset about this turn of events. So rook a6 might be an interesting move here in this position. As you guys mentioned, there are other plans on this position, and taking on e5 is definitely one of them. Knight takes e5, knight d4 leads to a very risky position for both sides, as the knight is both targeting f5 and c6. The queen's targeting the pawn on h5, but Black has his own counterplay. Here, the key move for Black, and actually more or less forced, is the move bishop g5. In order to eliminate this bishop, gain some activity. If the bishops are traded, the queen comes into play, and if bishop f2, then the knight keeps chasing this bishop up, and after knight d3, it's just very complicated strategically. White has very strong trumps. The knight's coming to c6, but on the other hand, you can see that the power of the bishops has severely grown. The pawn on b2 is now under attack, and as I am saying all of this, I see that Wesley So has indeed played knight takes e4.
Wow. Thank you for that, Alejandro. That's a really nice exposition. I feel like I'm getting a master class on the Najdorf, by the way. I'm going to start playing the Najdorf.
That's a very instructive point, Yasser, the fact that in an opening like the Najdorf and in an open position like that, you can't take forever to reach your plan.
Right.
You know, you've got to make more active moves.
Right. Well, that's the spirit I get from the Grunfeld. The Grunfeld has this really forcing tactical flavor, and Black is always trying to gambit a pawn for dynamic play, and that was why I was really thrown backwards by the move e7, e5, which is taking it into strategic channels. But guess what? It really worked out well for Wesley So. Fantastic winning position, and he has played the crucial move, knight takes
Knight e4.
e4.
We've got bishop d8, knight d2 on the board.
And now Hikaru's
And now Hikaru's
thinking? I mean,
not
like,
a great time to be thinking right now.
wow, that is just really shocking for me. And again, these players are so well prepared and so well versed in their openings to see this happening. And I just noticed, by the way, that rook a6 in that Najdorf game was played. And I'm just pulling up. There we have it on my board. Knight takes d2, bishop takes d8. This is the current position. This is where Alejandro took us down this primrose path of bishop e7, rook f7, bishop takes c5, knight takes f1, and then a very forcing sequence of moves that just leads to a strategically lost game for white. After b6, this bishop on c8 comes to that a6 square.
This looks so bad.
Oh, it really does. It's so bad that even if white's pawn on a2 was somehow magically transported to
Black
this
is
b3,
still better.
I still prefer black.
No, it's double bishop. The position is completely open, and yeah, I mean, and
You
you've
just
got a
keep
pawn
adding
on
up
c4.
all of the advantages, the strategic.
And the c4 pawn is not going to survive for long. I mean,
No.
that's clear.
So this is really, really terrible. I
He's
don't know.
probably got to go. I don't know. I actually can't even come up with a way to save this pawn. I mean, does he have to go c5? Because even that doesn't help.
Well, the problem with c5, among other things, is that now your knight on e2 is not going anywhere. Your rook on f1 is stuck.
It looks awful. But how am I defending the c4
I'm wondering if
pawn?
you just get mated after c5, pawn takes c5, when I start bringing the rooks over. In that variation that you guys are looking at,
We'll
I'm
turn it over
starting to
Alejandro.
think about in this position already. Maybe you shouldn't even take on c5, honestly, with white, because you're going to lose the pawn anyway. If you're going to take on
Okay,
c4.
I see what you're saying, Alejandro. So you're suggesting.
I'm not suggesting anything. We have Maurice Ashley with us in London.
Yes, I was in the room the moment that Wesley So played the move, knight takes on e4. Nakamura was not at the board when it happened, but two other interested spectators, Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri, were standing there wondering, what the heck do you have prepared against knight takes on e4? When he came back to the board, you saw him sit there. He tried to play quickly with bishop takes d8. Quickly, of course, knight takes d2 was played. And then you saw Nakamura stopping, hesitating, thinking about what to do then. And the look on Fabi's face, you know, he's pretty deadpan. He just turned around, walked away. And Anish had that kind of look like, something smells rotten on this board. And he turned around and walked away as well. So those two big guns think it's over. And the feeling is that Nakamura is completely busted in this position.
Wow,
Yeah.
fantastic. I remember I was playing Anatoly Karpov, and he had sacrificed a piece, and I was trying to refute this piece sacrifice. And F.M. Geller, Karpov, totally stone-faced, right? Perfectly poker face. Geller came by, looked at the board, his jaw dropped, his eyes bulged open. He looked at Karpov like, what are you doing?
thinking?
And I was thinking to myself, okay, he just revealed that you're
That
busted.
it's actually a blunder.
It was a real bad blunder. You're busted, dude. And
It's
that's
funny,
what
I've
we see
actually
there.
noticed that so many times in tournaments that when a player is playing against somebody who might be higher rated than them, and the person has made a clear bad move or a
Right.
blunder, but sometimes psychologically we just don't accept the fact that our opponent, who is so much higher rated than us, is capable of making a blunder.
Right. We respect.
Yeah, that respect. And actually, I think it was Magnus Carlsen who said it, that respect is the worst thing in chess. I mean,
Yes.
you cannot respect your opponent,
Right.
at least not too much.
Right.
And a lot of times, because we believe that our opponent cannot make that blunder, we actually miss the opportunity of making the most of it.
A lot was said about Game 10 in the World Chess Championship match. There you had Sergei Karyakin, the challenger, leading the competition by 1 point, and Magnus has made this amazing blunder that allowed a perpetual
Knight
check
into
of the
F2.
knight. And it's sort of like afterwards, after the game where Sergei did not take the perpetual check, he hit this psychological barrier, that his opponent's just not that, he's not going to blunder primitively.
It's not going to work.
It's not going to
Usually-
work. And he just didn't even consider the move knight f2, and he played d5 very quickly.
Yeah, no,
Ended
it
up
happens at
losing the
every
game.
level.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, this is shocking. I don't know about you, but I'm having this kind of nightmarish view on the game between Fabiano Caruana and Vachier-Lagrave. everybody's playing slow Spanishes, Breyers, Gyoko pianos, and I'm looking at this.
There's no Berlin on the board, I'm not complaining.
Yeah, exactly. You're fine with that, Tanya. But look at this game between Vachier and Vichy, and it almost looks like a Rui Lopez in reverse, where white is playing the black pieces with a very accelerated variation of a Chigorin or a Breyer. He's already got a lot of things going, but it's like no matter what these guys do, they're playing the same positions. I mean, whether it's white or black, it's kind of there's something wrong there, you know, like I'm seeing a nightmare.
What is interesting about these positions is that it is full of possibilities and
this
plans.
one, yes, absolutely.
There are so many different ways in which this position
Agreed.
Can go forward, and I don't think it's one is better than the other. There are all these different plans, and I think in that way it's very interesting to have these kind of positions which are not theoretical battles.
Not theoretical, but again, they're so similar. I'm just again, it just seems like the players again going back to the World Chess Championship match where E4 E5 was virtually the battleground in that championship. This looks like an E4, E5 of reverse colors, and it's like, wait a minute, chess is so rich. There's not just one position to play, you know, for the whole championship. But there you go. Alejandro, your thoughts on this #2 in the world, Fabiano Caruana taking on Vichy?
Well, guys, remember, as Maurice mentioned, that they had quite a bit of time to prepare, and Vichy basically used the same weapon that he was using in the St. Louis showdown by playing c4, e5, knight c3, and bishop b4. He has been using this against the English for some time, and he used it almost exclusively while he was here in St. Louis. Now, this position after bishop g4, as you mentioned, it does kind of resemble a reverse Spanish, which adds some complexity to the game because also, you mentioned, white is up a lot of tempi on what would be a normal Spanish. And it makes me wonder how soon white could eventually push the pawn to d4, something that he's not usually allowed to do. And perhaps this is why bishop g4 is on the board, preempting the idea that if you ever play d4, you weaken the dark squares, therefore trading the bishop for the knight would be advantageous. That's the reason that you want to play bishop g4 in these kind of positions. Fabio has played h3. I expect fully that Vichy will take the knight on f3, otherwise you just gave white free move. And after either queen takes or bishop takes, I don't think it makes quite a difference. Black's going to start eyeing this weakness on d4. I expect something along the lines of knight bd7, knight f8, knight e6, very much so in the Spanish traditions. So, complex game. I want to take you through a couple of games that we haven't talked about so much. This game, I think, is, if I ever think of a Kramnik position, this is what I think of a Kramnik position. There's a fianchetto, some symmetry, and somehow white is almost clearly better. c3 was played by Topalov, and actually this position after c3 had been seen in the Leuven Rapids as Kramnik was white against Anish Giri. So in that game, I believe that Kramnik played the move knight d4. He has the novelty prepare knight b5, pawn takes b2, bishop takes b2, and after bishop d7, queen b3, bishop c6, we have the position on the board. Okay, perhaps it's not such a clear advantage, but definitely it's white that's pressing in this position. The reason is that you have a little bit more space. The pawn on c5 hinders black's development, which has not completed yet. Because of the more space, I have my queen on b3, which is annoyingly targeting the pawn on f7. That means that if the rook ever leaves, I have to watch out for knight g5. Currently, I can play something like knight rook fd1. The queen probably has to go to a5. You could block on d7, but the pin is a little bit annoying, and you're leaving the bishop stranded. So after knight d4, bishop d5, queen a3, it seems like this bishop is not terribly happy about its positioning, and an eventual rook ac1, threatening c6 at some point, might give white a little bit of an edge. Notice that also the pawn on a7 is attacked. So these are the kind of positions that I look at it and you think, okay, this has to be almost equal. But then Kramnik plays it with white and it makes it look like it's really simple to win from these positions. He's a magician in this type of scenarios, which is why I like to see him playing in this kind of style. Topalov usually is the attacker type, the counter-attacker, so he's not usually used to defending this type of slightly worse endgames or symmetrical pawn structures. So I like Kramnik's approach to this game a lot. As we mentioned, Hikaru is busted. And a game we haven't looked at all, just to go through it real quick, is the super solid game between Levon Aronian and Michael Adams. They're actually playing this Gyoko piano with d3 and a very early bishop g5, which is something that Fabiano played not too long ago, I think against Maxime Rothstein. And this idea of playing bishop g5 supposedly, in many cases, is bad because of the idea of g5. However, since white hasn't castled yet, that allows me to play a very quick h4, breaking in the king side. Notice that in the Jericho pattern, your move order actually is, there's many ways of getting to similar positions, but how you specifically do it changes which alternatives you have. If white had castled instead of playing c3, then here black can play g5 and you're never worried about h4. Now g5 is recommended to be played anyway with castle or without castle, and Michael Adam decided not to fuss about the bishop on h4, just left it there. Knight bd7, the bishop retreated to a7, a very standard maneuver in this kind of positions. The bishop also retreated to b3 so as to not get hit by knight a5. Queen e7, knight c4, and bishop e6. And this is the current position on the board. Pretty standard, but we can see that Michael doesn't want to commit to playing the move g5 probably anytime soon.
Thank you, Alejandro. I mean, I just love the cagey veteran style of both players, as both players are waiting for the other player to declare the address of their king. You castle king side, I've got ideas. Are you going to play queen e2? And, you know, we're waiting. Which way are you going?
Yeah,
are you going to go long? Are you going to go
open
short?
Game, anything can happen. And in fact, Mickey Adams is one of those players who's been playing the London Chess Classic since 2009, the first edition. So this is his 8th London Chess Classic.
Wow, he's been there
from the start.
From the start. Wow, and that,
Well,
and then the vintage, what Alejandro was saying, the vintage Vladimir Kramnik approach to that game. We will take a break and we'll see
Right, things are really heating up at the London Chess Classic. A lot of exciting positions to look forward to. We're going to go into a short break. See you soon.
All right.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
welcome back to round 1 of the London Chess Classic, where we've had a shocking start. Hikaru Nakamura needing to win all his games to overtake Wesley So for the Grand Chess Tour prize, and in fact he's walked into a blunder where now he's facing a pretty much lost endgame at that level.
Absolutely. This has been stunning. The elementary blunder, knight takes e4. He victimized himself, and you were just seeing there Wesley So in supreme position now.
Yeah.
The Grand Chess Tour is almost virtually over after round
If
1.
Wesley wins this game, the Grand Chess Tour is pretty much his.
Yeah, exactly.
And what a year it's been for Wesley. It would be such a big icing on the cake. I mean, to finish it with the Grand Chess Tour, he's had a fantastic year, moving up to world number 5.
Well, this is the standings to explain why this result in the first round is so important. There you see Wesley So leading the Grand Chess Tour with 30 points. His only potential challenger to that first in the Grand Chess Tour is Hikaru Nakamura. They're facing off against each other today, and if Wesley were to win, that all but puts the kibosh on Hikaru's hopes.
The big All-American matchup, but it is not going as planned for Hikaru at all. And Levon Aronian is on 2nd spot. Vachier is on 4th. Fabiano Caruana on 5th. Now, all these players are also looking at really fighting out at the London Chess Classic, being the last tournament of the year. Fabiano Caruana, I mean, like we've been talking, Yasser, he could create history here. I mean, if he has a fantastic tournament, it could be the first time in forever that a player has overtaken Magnus Carlsen as world number 1. But yeah, for that he needs an absolute fantastic result here.
Exactly. So there are a lot of stories to be told in this London Chess Classic. Turning it over to Alejandro. Wow, tournament starting with a bang, Alejandro. What's grabbing your attention?
Well, guys, obviously Hikaru blundering like that is what's capturing everybody's attention. But let's take a look at some of the other boards. We have here the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri, and some of the tension has finally been resolved. Here we saw the move Rook A6 being played on the board, something very normal we were talking about, trying to exploit the weakness on C6. However, it was Giri's turn to sharpen the position a little bit more. Pawn takes F4, the knight should recapture on F4, but there was also the possibility of taking with the pawn, allowing the knight to go to C6 instead. That was an interesting alternative. Decided not to go for it. Knight takes F4. H4 is almost forced in order to defend this pawn. And now White has a couple of issues with the dark squares. If he, for example, plays the move G4, then Black can start playing on a dark square strategy. Put the bishop either on G5 or on F6 and start exploiting the fact that all of these squares around the king are very, very vulnerable. He can even start with the move B4 in order to open up the rook here on the C file. The game would become a little bit sharper if White goes G4. Instead of that, he could just completely ignore the king side for now and say, hey, I have my own ideas about putting pieces in good squares. Putting the bishop on D4 allows some kind of threats with knight H5 to attack on the king side, joined sometimes even by the rook on the 6th rank. We can see that this game is definitely heating up, and I love Mickey Adams' decision here in this position. We're talking about where this king was going to go. It went to the queen side. After G5, bishop G3, long castle, Michael Adams said, hey, I'm done being solid. I'm going for the throat. You can imagine very easily how Black is going to keep expanding down on this side of the board. Aronian has to create some kind of counterplay, but I'm not entirely sure where it comes from. Even on a good day, Mickey could just play the move King B8 and play D5 and have control of basically the entire board if Aronian is not careful.
I look at this position, Yasser, and I'm wondering if for White also it would make sense to long castle, and because I feel like the king on the king side would be in so much danger because Black is pushing his pawns so quickly.
Exactly.
And but I have to say, I do like Black's position here. I do like Mickey's position. He's got these ideas with D5. Of course, he has to be careful of E5. But if I was White, I would probably think about putting my king on the queen side as well. What about you?
Agreed. But when I look at a lot of Levon Aronian's games, I just see such a creative genius as well. And I'm really reluctant ever to look at one of his games and say, oh, here he made a mistake. Because he has this unique, resourceful ability to discover in the position trumps for himself. After the move castles long, very, very committal move, Levon decided to disturb Mickey's king already with this move, bishop a4. It's a needling threat that you don't want to see bishop takes c6 land on the board and queen a4, and then suddenly it's black's king that's vulnerable. But I agree with you that I don't want to castle short as white and walk into that huge attack.
To do that.
One thing for sure is this bishop on g3 currently is buried on this square. It's looking at this pawn on e5 and this pawn on d6. It doesn't have a very bright future over the course of the next 5-10 moves. And that's something that long term is definitely a strategic problem for white that he's going to have to deal with. But this move, bishop a4, has put the question to Mickey. You don't want, if your king was somewhere else, you don't mind the move b7, b5. But here you don't want to play the move b5. And if you play the move knight b8, a moment ago Alejandro was saying give Mickey time to play king b8. And the knight's not great on b8. The king's not so great anymore on c8. So this move, bishop a4, has
makes it more difficult now for black to go d5 as well after knight goes to b8
because the e5 is weak,
is unprotected.
So
and probably
double-edged.
Right, and probably in such a position he can even look at going queen c2, just keeping the options of long castle or short castle open as and when required to find an escape for the king.
Very good point, Tanya. Very good point. You're keeping that option, that flexible.
But this is such an interesting position, Yasser, because even black can go knight d7 here.
Okay, and just rerouting the knight. We see that very often in the Breyer, and when the knight comes to c5, it will be attacking this Spanish torture bishop on the light square. Bishop is so key in these Spanish-like positions. So double-edged, very combative game going on this board as well.
Definitely heating up.
And our all-knowing, all-wise Joy Bray, during our break, shared a tidbit with me that I hadn't really cognited upon. Had Magnus Carlsen played in the whole cycle, the crazy part is that at that exact moment in time, Wesley So was the first reserve in the Grand Chess Tour. And it's amazing that Wesley So is now
so close to winning the Grand Chess Tour.
And he was that close to not even being in the tour itself.
Wow.
Pretty remarkable. So
all the stars
nice
have really aligned
shout out
for
to Joy for sharing
this
that.
year.
Yes, exactly. Going to the matchup of our two former world champions, Vladimir Kramnik white, Veselin Topalov black. Again, it was that symmetry, the Catalan only of Vladimir. Vladimir is a very, very special player with these Catalan positions. Knight d4, bishop d5 has been the last moves, and this move, queen a3.
I actually really like the queen on a3 and such.
Isn't it?
It looks very unnatural to put the queen on a3, the corner of the board, and we're taught from the very beginning that, the queen must be centralized and somewhere more active. So a3 is not the first square that comes to your mind. But in such openings and such setup, it's actually a really good square because it kind of ties down the rook on a8.
Absolutely.
To the defense of a7. It also eyes the e7 pawn at times.
Yes, first you protect the c5.
Protect the c5. I mean, it's a massive multitasker.
Exactly. c5, c6, eyeballing, as you were pointing out, this pawn on e7, and it's just remarkable.
It's just threats that kind of come out of a queen being on a3, which can be so dangerous, and that's very uncomfortable for the opponent then.
Absolutely. Well, it's one of those situations where it doesn't look like there's anything really happening, but underneath the surface, there's a lot of forcing lines of play, again, based on the move c5, c6, and it's really, you get the sense that you could be almost lulled to sleep, and then you're just dead. And Vladimir Kramnik is phenomenal in his ability to create these situations where he is the one initiating. And let me just throw one potential out there. e7, e6 looks like a very decent move. You get your pawn, you protect the bishop, and suddenly just take a look at this. After the move c6, you may not be happy that your queen is on the c line. Look at that. You've pinned the bishop to the queen, and suddenly this Catalan bishop is raging across the board, and everything went beautifully, just like that.
Yeah.
Just one single change, and suddenly you're dead.
And I think that is what is so amazing about this position. Like you were saying, Yasser, it looks like it could be harmless, but there are so many threats that are hidden in this position that Black needs to be really, really careful about. I mean, I really like white here.
It's much more comfortable to be white. Moving around the board a little bit, again, we come to this game of Hikaru Nakamura, so important for the standings. They've gone right down that whole pathway that Alejandro showed us, 20 minutes ago. Hikaru can't seem to escape his fate here, as he's just faced the move knight takes f1. Originally we looked at king takes f1, but let's just take a look at rook takes f1. It's so easy for Wesley to show why his position is so much superior. The two bishops, the shaky structure.
All my pieces are amazingly placed with Black. I've got two bishops, your pawn on c4. I mean, if Hikaru escapes with a draw in this endgame, it's going to be miraculous.
Absolutely. And this knight on e2 is terrifyingly bad. The king on e1. You can't step up to the d2 square because you'll just be walking into a skewer from bishop h6. It's a terrible position. It's like really, really, really bad. So you almost have to avert your eyes because this is a train wreck going on there. We've spoken about how Caruana needs to produce a Caruana, get a massive score so that he could become the #1 player in the world. If he were to do that, I think he'd be the first American since Bobby Fischer. I don't think Gata Kamsky in his prime, I think Gata got to #2 or #3 behind Kasparov and Karpov, but never got to #1. So that would be a huge, monumental score.
Historical. What's also interesting about this matchup, Yasser, is that just a few days ago, both Anand and Caruana are part of the Baden-Baden team for the Bundesliga. So they actually played in the team together, both 1 and both 3. And they actually had a pretty good league run where both of them scored 1.5 out of 2. And in fact, Caruana could have even shortened the distance between him and Magnus because he won the first game against Tomaszewski in a 115 move marathon. Definitely have a look at that if you haven't seen it yet. And but messed up the second game, drawing. So
costing himself some elo.
Some elo points, you know. And but now they're playing against each other. So this whole psychology of playing in a team and then immediately after playing against each other, it's kind of interesting to see how that develops.
Yeah, well, that dynamic of team play, you know, the one moment you're rooting for each other, and the next moment you're just trying to kill each other. Mess it up, will you please? And turning to Alejandro. Alejandro, what can you tell us? This is just a terrible start for Hikaru on his birthday.
And speaking of former teammates, remember that these are the guys that led the US to winning the gold medal in Baku, and now they're facing each other, and I don't really know what can possibly save Hikaru in this position. Sometimes you have bad positions. Sometimes you have positions in which things are going wrong, you have counterplay, it's risky, it's not working, sometimes you're down a pawn, sometimes your structure is ugly. This game, it's a different kind of bad. This is every single one of your pieces is bad kind of position. And this is the hardest type to save because there is no obvious counterplay to be achieved in this kind of situations. He has to take the knight. That is, I think, quite clear. He could just retreat the bishop and delay taking the knight, but that serves no purpose. The knight is trapped up on f1. It doesn't matter what you take with rook takes f1, b6, bishop doesn't matter where it goes. Let's put it on a3. And the thing is, like, once you get to this position, which arises almost by force, there is nothing that white can do to say, here's my counterplay, this is where we're going to apply counter pressure, this, I'm going to put all of my eggs in this basket and hope it works. It just doesn't exist. There are no resources. And that's what makes Hikaru's position so bad. The lack of resources of doing anything in this kind of situation. If he had some counterplay, if he was down material, but his position is not bad, I don't think we would be talking about how hopeless his situation is. But considering that he's not even down material, but his position of the pieces is so horrible, is that we're actually saying that I don't know how he's going to save this at all.
Absolutely, it's a whole new level of bad disposition.
Exactly. Yeah, Wesley's looking very, very good there. But you're right, absolutely, Alejandro. This position's so bad it doesn't even rise to the level of being wrong. I mean, it's just, oh my goodness.
The most important point is that is the fact that white has no resources of counterplay anywhere.
Right.
I mean, you can't even imagine him trying to save this position somehow. We're trying to come up with something.
Miracle attack, you know, something of that nature, right? Yes.
And I would love to get a look at the clock as well and see how much time has Hikaru taken, because he did blitz out the first few moves, and then after 94, he's gone into this think, because, yeah, I mean, the only explanation that I have, Yasser, is that he mixed up the move order somewhere.
Well, it's this blindness. He played this move, bishop g5, pinning the knight, and then he just reacted like, oh, the knight can't move, and then the knight did. There's absolute pins where the piece is pinned to the king and absolutely can't move, and then there's a relative pin where, you know, the piece is allowed to make a legal move, but will cost something, and he just had this blind moment. I'll go to it again. So we basically start here, and this move, bishop g5, knight f6. So in Hikaru's mind, he's pinned this knight on the f6 square to the queen. Right. Knight can't move, giving white a free tempo to do whatever he wants. And Hikaru says, well, I'll develop my knight. I'll bring my knight to e2 to c3. I have a big center. I've got something to play for. And suddenly this move, knight takes e4, and it's a cold shower move. It's the ice bucket challenge. It's just like, that knight can't move. And it just did. And it's over. It's just, it's that simple. It's just terrible, terrible moment.
Oh. Well, right.
Okay, to rub it in, our producer is telling us this is the slow-mo action. There's Hikaru trying to recall his analysis.
This was the moment of knight e2.
In slow-mo, and there we've got it. How sweet it is.
He had his eyes shut when he played knight e2. Maybe he should have had them open.
Yeah, this is not eyes wide open. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, and again, you're playing this 2800 monster on the other side of the board. You just don't expect an elementary blunder of this at this level. This is just
and for somebody
horrifying.
Who's got a preparation of Hikaru's level, I mean, right out of the opening with white pieces, a complete shocker.
You know,
but what's also really interesting, Yasser, is the game Guri and MVL.
MVL.
We should.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to go to that. I just wanted to toss in one other thing, just to emphasize how bad this is. Imagine that Hikaru had not played the move knight e2, but instead had captured this pawn on f5, and for some reasons now was attracted to this position after knight e2. Even here, the move knight e4.
With the same idea, but you're not even a pawn up, but that ending is still better for black.
Exactly. You would have my attention. And turning to Alejandro, who's just shaking his head saying, I can't believe this has happened. This is such a blunder, and the Grand Chess Tour is almost over. Alejandro, what to say?
I mean, there's nothing left to say, guys. Hikaru's pretty much busted. I want to turn my attention to this game between Kramnik and Topalov, and this is the type of positions that I think Kramnik plays masterfully. And he just is facing this move, Rook e8, which Topalov has played. Now, I think a lot of players would be attracted to the idea of forcing lines in this kind of situations, of playing the move c6 and saying after takes, you cannot take on c6 because knight d4, and I capture the bishop, making the bishop on g2 a monster. But if we analyze after the move queen b7, suddenly things are not as clear as you would like them to be. There's this annoying fact that the bishop on d5 and the bishop on g2 are hitting each other, so I cannot play knight g5. I am threatening to take your knight. If you take on e7 here, then this bishop at the end will be lost. Queen takes e7, queen takes b2, and this gives black more material. So c6 perhaps a little bit hasty. The idea here is that white has to play c6 when the moment is best. In this case, c6 is not yet ready. I love the idea of the engine to play bishop h3. The reason I love it so much is that it's difficult to meet this spin down h3 to c8, because if I ever put the pawn on e6, I've severely weakened this square on d6, which allows me to play knight b5, d6 very, very quickly and very powerfully. If after bishop h3, instead I play something else, then suddenly c6 is now a real threat, as I'm able to use the knight as soon as I want to. Not only that, knight b5 is also an idea, as is to move the knight away. Notice that because I had the bishop on g2, I don't want to move the knight away and trade the bishops. If I have my bishop on h3, I can maybe put the knight on d2 and c4, I can move it to b3, I can do whatever I want with it. And I think Kramnik will find something like this, and he's an expert at this type of positions. Let's go to London with Maurice and more updates.
Yes, we are here with our good buddy, Lawrence Trent, my salsa teacher. You're going to break out some salsa moves
There's
for
another
us?
salsa teacher here, actually, Mr. Chris Ward. He's not here today, but he'll be around the
Okay, so
he was actually the inspiration, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah,
That's what started all the trouble.
That's how it started.
Well, Lawrence is a commentator, a live commentator here in London, along with Grandmaster Daniel King, who Lawrence likes to remind us about how Danny and I used to go back in the day and do all that commentary a long time ago. Apparently, we were the inspiration for what started all the trouble with you.
Absolutely. I mean, Maurice and Danny in the 90s with the Intel series were fantastic, put a lot of energy in, and was definitely one of my sources of inspiration.
A couple of those events actually happened here in London, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Now, the last time I was here, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of London, you've got Michael Adams in this event.
Right.
He's certainly a hometown favorite.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about it? You think there's a chance that he could win this tournament?
There's always a chance that Mickey's been a top.
No, but seriously, but do you really think there's a chance that he could win this tournament?
I mean, people underestimate Mickey, and I think he had a couple of very shock wins of super tournaments in the past few years. One being, I think it was the Paris leg of the Alekhine Memorial Tournament, and I think he did really well in a Dortmund as well. I think he got 7.5 out of 9 in a Dortmund, and Danny will be able to correct me if I'm wrong there. So Mickey is definitely capable. Now, clearly, being slightly older than a lot of the field, he's not a favourite to win, but
also the lowest rated in the field.
Lowest rated in the field, but you know, class is permanent, and he's got bundles of that. So wouldn't surprise me hugely. It would be a surprise, but it wouldn't surprise me like if I or you were to win the tournament.
Well, there'd be meteors hitting the earth if that happened. All right, well, let's go to this one, the game that has really shocked us all. I mean, you guys are doing the broadcast.
Yes.
What's your perception of this, that this has happened, Nakamura blundering like this? Have you ever seen anything like this from this level? Not
in this level in a slow play game or a classical game. In fact, in the short break, we went next door to the VIP room next door, and we bumped into Chris Littlejohn, Hikaru's second, and he just said he just completely forgot his preparation and got confused with the line, and so these kind of mistakes and huge blunders can happen, and essentially, it looks like there's no hope for Hikaru.
But forgetting the line, I mean, think about that for a second. We're players.
Right.
The idea that somebody could just play knight takes e4 and rip off a pawn, fork your pieces, there's nothing to remember. It's just don't play a bad move.
It's just, it's very difficult to find an explanation for it, apart from the fact that he thought it was another position that he looked at this morning, but clearly you still have to calculate when there's a move like knight takes e4 on the board. So we're all still in a bit of shock here. And going over the lines, it just doesn't look like there's any hope for Hikaru because the C pawn falls and the D pawn falls, and Wesley's just too good to spoil that. So I think Hikaru's got like a less than 5% chance of saving this position.
An unhappy birthday present indeed for Hikaru Nakamura. Now, going to the next game, someone that you're quite fond of, Fabiano Caruana. You have been working with him for quite some time now. Fabi, how much is it in his heart, especially after the World Championship match just ended? He came so close to qualifying in the candidates. How much is it in his heart to become the champion of the world?
Well, I think clearly all of these guys have got immense ambition. And Fabiano, even though he might not show his emotions on his sleeve like Hikaru and other players, I can tell you he has got as much ambition as anybody else to become the best in the world. And his recent steady progress has been very encouraging. Of course, there was the disappointment of him not qualifying in Moscow. But that said, he's still very young, just 24 years old. Got a bright future ahead of him. And his position today also, I have to say, looks really promising. Nothing special yet. I mean, Vichy's still very compact and solid. But long term, I think with
two bishops, certainly, with all the pawns still on the board.
Yeah.
Going back to the World Championship. Was he licking his chops watching some of the mistakes get made in the World Championship, feeling like, you know, I could, if they're going to play like this, I could do something here?
One thing that Fabiano said that was very encouraging is, I think Fabiano is certainly one of those players who doesn't like to give draws away easily. And one thing that he mentioned to me was and this was very encouraging, is that in game 12, were he white against Karyakin, he would have rather have put a bit more pressure on than what Magnus did, which was to bail out quite early, which I found very interesting. Now, there are different ways you can interpret that scenario, but in general, Fabiano is a player who wants to win, and definitely he wouldn't feel out of his depth in one of those matches. So,
is his eye on becoming the #1 player in the world in this tournament right now?
Do you know what? I might do something completely crazy right now. I haven't spoken to him about this, but I'm going to put a little incentive out there. If he becomes world #1 at the end of this tournament, I'm going to have to think of something as a sort of celebration.
Oh, think of something.
I'm going to have to...
So you'll give him $1,000. How about that?
No, I don't want to get... I feel he's got more than enough of that kind of stuff. I want to, you know, something that will really incentivize him, that will embarrass me. Maybe we can come back on another segment and, you know, work something
You might
out.
put on a kilt and
put on a
dance
kilt.
outside for us?
Yeah, like put on a kilt in the next tournament we play together or something like that.
No, we want it outside now
outside
in London.
here. Oh,
yeah,
God.
we don't want to wait.
That would be a bigger incentive for him than anything, I can tell you. No, but I mean, seriously speaking, he needs probably a +3 result in this tournament.
I think it's +4 he needs.
He needs +4,
He needs
as much
+4.
as that, does he?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously possible, unlikely, but possible.
They went +7 at the Sinkfield Cup with the
He
best
got
players in the world.
+7, yeah, and we all remember that. But you know, clearly the aim is just to put in a really good result at the end of the year, make that gap a bit smaller. It already got smaller. It's getting smaller, and then in a very short space of time, who knows? He might be world #1.
Well, we will look forward to that. Certainly, the American fans are looking forward to it. We see a game now that has exploded. This game between Kramnik and Topalov, we expected to see this move. C6 now on the board. These two players don't like each other, we know from all the history. And look at White's position. I mean, it's just picture perfect. Every piece on the square belongs on. And this move C6, I dare say that the engine is saying that it's not so bad. This looks horrible. I mean, I would be terrified if I had the black pieces against Kramnik in this position.
Yeah, funny enough, Danny and I, who have been covering this game, we're not using the engine, but I managed to find this idea, and it just looks really practically very difficult to play because, of course, maybe we can put a move in here just for the crowd. If pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn is now the idea, and if bishop takes knight, now you can go knight to d4. And then suddenly, or knight to d4, and then suddenly all the position is open. You've only temporarily sacrificed the piece. You're going to win the bishop back. 2 bishops, the rook in the corner, the queen's badly placed. It's just horrible. So Veselin, and one thing that Veselin, honestly speaking, does less well than the other top guys is defend slightly passive positions. He has to find active ways of doing that. So going passive is definitely not for him. And Vlad will be happy. And Veselin just played a move, and it looks probably like it's a... There's something smells fishy about that move. Knight B6.
Knight to B6.
Yeah, that's already... The computer's... doesn't feel right. The computer's going mad here as well for that move. Doesn't like it at all.
Fascinating, as a matter of fact. The computer's giving the move knight to G5 as a huge move in this position, trying to erase this bishop from the board and dominate that C6 square. That looks scary. It wouldn't have been my first choice, matter of fact, but the black pieces, I mean, the queen on C8 is rook in the corner. White is completely developed. It's not surprising that White has a huge edge in this position.
Yeah, well, certainly after knight B6 he does. And these are the sorts of positions, again, where we saw Sergei Karyakin be a bit more tenacious, and I think Veselin struggles with that. So Vlad is going to be very happy, I think, after knight b6.
Absolutely, and you know, when I interviewed him beforehand for this event, Vladimir seemed very determined. I mean, he wants to make a run at the World Championship himself. When I had to egg him on. But he's #3 in the world. Yeah. He's still a top player. He said that if his strength starts to decline, he's quitting. Right. He's not interested in being one of those old guys who just hang around and play chess. He's like, if I'm not playing for the title, then I'm not playing. Yeah. And you can see he's still in that kind of form that says, I could play with the best of them.
Right, he's been there, done that, got the T-shirt and more. He's won it, lost it, been world #1. Beaten Kasparov. I mean, who else is more decorated than Vladdy? So the fact that he's still got the ambition and heart is great, and it shows also that the old guard, you know, they're not giving up, even though there are a bunch of youngsters up there currently playing for it. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if Vladimir one day managed to qualify again to play for the title.
Yeah, none of the youngins want to play Big Vlad on a good day, especially when he has the white pieces. And finally, this last game, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Anish Giri. Unfortunately, it looks like they might be repeating moves. Bishop D4 happened, knight to E5 happened next, knight H5, and then Bishop to G6. And the Indians giving knight F4 as the best move in this position. What are your thoughts about these two youngsters and their chances of winning the world title?
I know them both very well, of course, and both extremely talented players. Maxime especially has shown his super class in recent years. He had a lull a couple of years back, got down to the low 2700s, and then really made a charge for it. Stormed back, got over to 2800, and is clearly, top 5 player in the world at least. One of the most dangerous players. He can win a lot with black, which I think is a huge asset for him. Having the Najdorf in his armor, in his arsenal, I should say, has been huge for him. And he's hungry, so it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Maxime really challenging. And of course, Anish just became father. How that will affect him is, I know Danny and other people here have interpretations of just how that will play out for him, but clearly, still extremely young, bundles of talent. And also, even today, being super ambitious against Maxime. A lot of people were saying Anish is, this draw master, and he was getting taunted and teased for just drawing too much. And I think he's basically had enough of that, and he's talented, and his calculation is absolutely beautiful. So really good to see him play this kind of chess, and this is a very exciting game. I'm not sure if it will be a real shame if
unfortunately, even when he's playing sharp, he might end up in a draw anyway.
Well,
knight F4 comes on the board. The engine's going 000, saying that's the best way to play.
I'm not sure if Maxime will do that. I think there are still a lot of things he's going to be calculating here, but I'm not ruling it out. But yeah, great game to see anyway. Two fighting players.
Well, thank you so much, Lawrence.
Always a pleasure.
Your fans are waiting for you to go back and do some work. With Lawrence here in London. Were you born here?
I was born here, yeah.
You were born here, so you're a homeboy.
Yeah, I'm a
hometown
boy.
Lawrence Trent, we'll take you guys back to the studio in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Lawrence. And just to tell everybody, of course, that Lawrence is the manager of Fabiano, creating his professional schedule as well as his training camps and what have you. So definitely,
right, and it's going to be interesting to see what incentive he puts up to Caruana.
I like the kill. I like the kill, but you got to go cowboy.
But I've got to say, I mean, the biggest incentive of being #1 is being #1. Absolutely. You kind of don't need anything more than that. But it's going to be interesting to see what they come up with.
When that whole commentary that they were making, sometimes you have an advantage that is really visual. And I think that the game between the two former world champions, Vladimir Kramnik and Veselin Topalov, is more of a visual advantage. And I actually didn't like this move, C5, C6. And I much preferred what Alejandro had mentioned. I found that move very compelling. You don't want to trade light square bishops, and this is more than an annoying move. I'm going to turn it over to Alejandro to explain why maybe C5, C6 isn't so good.
Before we go to Alejandro, I mean, C6 is such a human move to me.
Of course. No, visually it looks great, and especially
it's
black.
It's so hard to not make this move C6 after you see this bishop becoming really strong, and bishop H3 is fantastic.
Right.
But I feel like it is completely understandable when a player goes C6.
Of course, because of what the boys in London were saying, B takes C6 and white is going smash smash. It's over. But the move C5, C6, if you look at the queen on C8, it's kind of passive. And after C6, the knight moved out of the way. If you take on B7, now the queen on C8 is doing really good things on B7. But let us have Alejandro really fill in the gaps there. Did you like the move C5, C6, Alejandro?
Yasser, I did not like the move C6, but if somebody told me that my opponent's going to reply knight B6, I would instantly play it.
Oh, okay.
C6 is actually not the best, but Veselin had to find pawn takes, knight takes, and queen B7, which we were looking at.
Right.
This puts pressure on the bishop on B2, and there's nothing clear here for white just yet. You can play knight G5, and we will go after knight G5 into some variations that will be very similar to might happen in the game, but in a worse way. After knight b6, here I can go knight g5 immediately. The point is that if I take on c6, I have this kind of annoying move, queen b3. The point is that I'm attacking the pawn on f7, and there's no easy way to defend it. For example, if I put my knight or the other knight on d5, I take on c6 and destabilize it. You have to really play e6. If you play rook f8, then after knight takes c6, this pawn is hanging on e7 in certain variations. That's actually not very pleasant for black. Bishop a3 will come as a problem also since the rook's now on f8. If instead of that you play the move e6, here the point is that after knight takes c6, queen b7, king g1, there is no good way of defending against the super obvious threat of knight e5 and take on f7. There's actually, it's not so easy to do anything because the knight is pinned. This knight cannot really go places. I also have queen f3 on the board.
After e6, rook e7, rook f8 just runs into bishop a3 threats, right?
Exactly. So here white has too many threats for black to handle. It would seem like there should be some way of defending black's position, but the computer says, no way. There's just nothing you can do against the move knight e5. Position is very, very ugly. So knight g5 is a very powerful move in this position, but it's not the only powerful move. I could also go knight e5. Similar ideas, not as strong, but I now have more control over the center. I think knight e5 is a little bit more human of a move, and knight g5 requires a lot of precise calculation. That seems a little strange. For example, that at the end, knight e5 is unstoppable and wins a pawn is not the easiest to calculate from the beginning position. Whereas knight e5 I find very strong after just trading everything. The pawn on c6 is a monster. At some point it has to be taken. But again, I have the idea of queen b3 attacking this pawn, forcing the move e6. I'm going to take with one of the knights on c6, and you can see white has a clear domination. Let's move on to a couple of other games. I want to take a look at the game between Levon Aronian and Michael Adams. And something that grandmasters do perfectly is break the normal strategical rules. But they do it because they're following another strategical rule. Here in this position, after the move queen c2, Adams came up with a, to me, astonishing idea, because it's not something that I would have come up with, is to trade this powerful bishop on a7 for this knight on e3. And you were wondering, why would anybody trade this gorgeous bishop? And he had a very specific idea. After bishop takes e3, pawn takes e3, he played knight h5, attacking this bishop on g3. I'm threatening to shatter your structure on this square, so you actually have to retreat the bishop. And then f5. And the idea is that here Michael Adams is opening up the position after giving up the pair of bishops. But he's doing so because the king on e1 doesn't have many good squares, and because black has better development. You can see this in certain variations. For example, after bishop takes f5, there are no really good ways of dealing with this bishop. For example, if I play e4, the problem with bishop g4 is that now the knight has to move. You can see that the king is not very safe. If it castles kingside, you can imagine that there's going to be a huge attack coming in. So after queen e2, which was played, we have the following position, which I like black a little bit after the simple move e4. You bury this bishop on the f2 square. You're threatening to shatter the structure, and even though you are not doing so specifically, because after knight d2, I'm still attacking this knight on h5, but after it moves d4, you can see how this bishop's not happy about this turn of events, and after bishop g4, I'm starting to like black's position. I really like how Adams has played this side of the black Giuco piano.
Wow, I love how Mickey has handled this position. I mean, we were trying to come up with a plan. Bishop e3 shows pure class. I mean, it's not a move that you would think at first, because, you know, you're giving up this bishop, which is on this beautiful diagonal.
Right.
And to understand that there is something deeper than that, incredible.
All the books would tell you that bishop e3 is a mistake, and that these guys basically write the books and they rewrite the books. I mean, you can take your principles and rules, and these guys understand that there are moments when you violate them, and this has worked out very, very nicely indeed for Mickey. Just turning to the game of Nakamura, Wesley So for a moment, I'm thinking about this move knight e2, and embarrassingly enough, I have to speak about my own career for just a moment, where sometimes it was jet lag. I just came to a tournament like London, you know, all the way across from the Atlantic. I hadn't fully gotten into the swing of things, and just messed up my preparation and blundered, and, you know, looked horrible. That's the only thing I can think of. It's not a very good excuse, because, in fact, all the other players have jet lag as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Vishy coming all the way from India is maybe not
Right,
getting
and
it
also
right at this moment.
talking about Lawrence and Maurice's conversation about forgetting theory for getting the opening. I mean, that's definitely not an excuse to make a move like knight e2 anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
an
it's just an
valid
elementary
explanation.
blunder.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's really, really, really bad, and nothing more to be said.
Just a blunder,
yeah,
yes.
Other than the fact that, well, Hikaru is no resources in the position. I guess f2, f4 is just about as good or bad as any choice he had in the position.
So talking about this position, Yasser, how would you react with black after f4?
Now, oh, well, no question. I'm a pawn grubber. I'm playing rook c8, and I'm going to just go after the c4 and d5 pawns and just capture them.
So you don't commit anything with the e5 pawn? Because
no reason to. The knight on e2 is so terrible. e5 takes f4, gives my opponent, after knight takes f4, a smidgen of a chance.
Exactly.
And I'm like you in this regard. Why give my opponent anything? And rook c8 is just begging to be played, bringing a piece into the game, developing. It's terrible.
No, f4 is, I mean, it's desperate measures. The position
You
requires
do
you to
something.
do something, so you do it. And yeah, black just continues with the plan with rook c8. Alejandro, what do you think about this position? Does f4 give any chances at all?
It gives a lot of chances for the game to end quicker. I mean, that's about it. After the move rook c8, which was played already, we have pawn takes e5 on the board. Wesley is thinking, but I don't know why you would. I mean, obviously, bishop takes e5 is going to be played, attacking the pawn on h2. Pawn on c4 is hanging. The bishop actually got a little bit more powerful, and I'm not sure that the knight on e2 is going anywhere. Rook takes c4 is absolutely unstoppable in the next move. If you play, for example, something like c5, then simply takes, rook e8, and it's actually white that is regretting opening up the position. As you mentioned, I mean, pair of bishops is the pair of bishops, and this knight on e2 is completely stuck. Black is completely winning in this position. There's no doubt about that. Bishop takes e5 is almost game finishing. You have to give up both pawns, and a pair of bishops and 2 extra pawns is more than enough for any grandmaster to win, and for Wesley, well, it's much, much more than enough. Here we have the game between Kramnik and Topalov. Instead of going for those variations, Kramnik played a relatively human move. He played the move c7, just saying, hey, I got a pawn to c7, you deal with it. And it's not so easy to do anything about it. Topalov instantly replied the move knight c4, and here Kramnik will probably play either queen b4 or maybe even considering sacrificing the exchange. I'm not fully comfortable doing that. I don't see why you have to sacrifice anything in this position. After queen b4, which I like, takes, the pawn on c7 is just a huge problem. It's not going to queen anytime soon because there's a lot of blockade on it and the rooks are still clearly covering c8. But in the long term, this just causes a lot of problems. As we do have a handshake, the players did repeat on that position that Maurice and Lawrence were analyzing. It was still a strategically complex position that could have gotten sharp if the players decided not to repeat. They decided, okay, let's not take any unnecessary risk in a position I'm not comfortable in, and the game has finished in a draw.
That's one of the remarkable things about the Najdorf, and for that matter, all of those openings that are really, really sharp, double-edged affairs, is how oftentimes they do end in this stale, quick draw and forcing. And it's quite a pity because earlier in the game, it looked like it was really shaping up as a great clash of styles and things like that. And we'll have to understand a little bit when we get the players. Maurice will be interviewing the players, we hope, shortly, as they will explain why in the final position a repetition was the best decision. A little disappointing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was one of the games we were expecting to really heat up and give us the action. It's going to be interesting to also watch MVL, how he progresses in this tournament, because he was recently named as one of the seconds of Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match. Which was quite interesting because he's also one of the top contenders to be fighting for the crown in the coming years with Fabiano and all the others who are here. So, I mean, it's going to be very exciting to watch what he brings to the table and all the work that's gone into it, how it actually affects his play here.
Yeah, Viktor Korchnoi was one of those players who felt strongly that if you were in the top 10, you didn't help the world champion. Full stop and end of story. Why? Because you want to become the world champion yourself.
Right.
So it's intriguing to me. I understand from MVL's point of view that, okay, he'd like to get into the mind of Magnus Carlsen and see how he prepares, and, you know, that it will be an experience factor. But on the other hand, yeah, maybe it wasn't the best choice. You're taking the role literally of a second. You're behind the world champion. And as Lawrence Trent was saying, these guys are so ambitious. They all want to become the world champion. They have everything to play for. And I'm thinking MVL is really a young player, too. So being a second, I was surprised by that.
Yeah, and it is quite interesting.
I don't think I got the impression that MVL was Magnus' second. Let's make a little bit of the distinction of a role. A second in chess is a person that basically prepares your openings, prepares what you need to know for either a match or a game. Whereas MVL, I thought, was more of a training partner. They looked at chess, they blitzed, who knows exactly what they did. But I didn't think that MVL was preparing any of Magnus' openings, which is more or less what a second would be doing. So even though they were training together, the way that Levon did with Magnus last year, it's not exactly what he was doing. And we do have Anish Giri with Maurice Ashley in London.
Well, we've got to call him Big Poppy. October 3rd, his baby was born, Anish Giri, a new dad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How has the arrival of your child affected your life in any way? You getting any sleep?
Yeah, no, I did. I can't say the same about my wife, but yeah, no, it's very different. It's great. I still got some time to check the Najdorf, fortunately.
You clearly did check the Najdorf today. It seems like you kind of twisted this variation back on Maxime. He's one who has played this line before.
Yeah, in fact, Maxime is the big Najdorf guy. So yeah, I thought, okay, let's try and steal that title from him. Unfortunately, I didn't win, so I think he's still the big Najdorf guy. But yeah, I hope I'm growing too.
Comfortable start to a tournament, drawing with the black pieces in the first round?
We'll have to analyze. I mean, I've definitely looked at position up till here. I remembered f-takes e5 being the main move. And I couldn't remember what I have to do here, and I wasn't sure because f5 is maybe a threat. And then, yeah, I mean, if I played well and it's a, if it's a good repetition, then it's a comfortable start. If I, mess something up here, then less so. But I think it was very logical. Somehow, I was trying to look for deviations. I think for him it was easier to find a deviation. Here, I think bishop takes e5 was an interesting attempt, and this position I didn't know how to assess because this pawn is very, very far advanced, but it's probably not going to queen. It can go to d7, maybe not d8, and of course here I'm dominating, but still the pawn is very far.
Engines seem to like you in this position.
Yeah, but for the engine is always easy, but for the human sometimes this pawn is very, very dangerous. I mean sometimes okay, not here, but sometimes some kind of tactics like that are working. Of course here not because the square is protected. But still, I wasn't sure. Yeah, of course, it felt a little bit unjust that such an interesting position has to end so fast. But having said that, I didn't really. Yeah, if I played a very weak player, I would have given birth to a move here other than bishop g6. But
so you got baby thoughts on your mind.
No, it's a rational way of saying to give birth to a move, which means you really push it out of yourself. But against a strong player, I don't see why I have to make a concession, so I just repeated the moves, and I think he was content too. Probably he wasn't happy with the way the opening went.
All right, so this game ended in a draw. Another game, I was in the room when you were standing over the board watching Nakamura play against Wesley So, and you seemed completely befuddled. We all are. It turns out that he just simply blundered and got into this position.
He played so fast as if it was preparation, but first of all, the position already looks bad for white, but I assume that must be his preparation. But then this move 92, I mean, it's so obvious that the sequence follows. I have no idea what he mixed up because he's just much worse, and now he's even losing, right?
Yeah, his trainer, his coach actually said that he just simply messed up, and on his birthday, no less. Have you ever done something this bad in the preparation, just mixing up moves? What's the psychology behind it?
Considering how last month's events unfolded, let's not, having a birthday is not an excuse to play badly, yeah?
This is true. Magnus did win on his birthday.
World Championship title.
Yes.
So that excuse is gone. Hikaru will need to come up with another one. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see what he says, but congratulations on today's result. We look forward to seeing the rest of this tournament.
Thank you.
Anish Giri, Big Poppy, the new dad, and he'll be pleased with a draw in the first round.
Yeah, I like the way he said that he too was sad that such an intriguing and interesting game ended so abruptly.
Quickly. Yeah. But like you said, I mean, often this happens in Najdorf because there's always this this chance of going really bad in a position as well. And it's like this dynamic balance going on.
Right.
Where actually repeating the moves is the best way to play, and that's what even the computers, the engines were suggesting.
Right, and that's the way it turned out. Intriguing that Anish was showing as a line where his opponent could have played d5, d7. Getting the pawn on d7, as a human, you're kind of scared to see this pawn on d7. The engines are saying no problem, and yet we have something similar, and a kind of an echo in the game of Vladimir Kramnik and Veselin, with the pawn on c7. And we'll turn it over to Alejandro to explain the dynamics going on there. Pawn on c7 is huge. Asset or liability? Alejandro.
Well, let's compare this to the position that Anish was showing us. In that position, he said, I'm dominating. And what he meant is that everywhere else on the board except for that pawn, Black had the advantage. He had the pair of bishops. White's king was very weak. He had extra pawns on the other side of the board to compensate for it. It seemed like he had very strong resources. Problem for Topalov is that he has nothing going on. There's just a very strong pawn on c7 that he's never going to be able to capture. This is a huge asset here on c7 to answer your question, and it seems that if White puts a little bit of pressure, Topalov's position might just collapse. Here, the move b6 was just played, and the idea is clear. You want to play the queen on b7 with the rook on c8 and start threatening the pawn on this square. For this reason, you don't want to let the battery evolve. You want to play something like knight e5, the knight anywhere really, and eliminate this bishop from contention. You cannot really go queen b7 because after bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, I have the move knight d to c6, hitting this knight on the d5 square, and after e4, for example, e4, e6, e4 is completely winning with the rook coming here down the d file. So this is already a very shaky position for Topalov, but we have Maurice Ashley in London with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
With the French #1 player, #4 player in the world at the moment, Maxime, first of all, how do you handle a situation when your opponent prepares something that you like to play?
Well, it's never so easy, of course, to play against your pet openings because, well, you're supposed to know how good it is for black, and you're supposed also to, it's not so easy to also find the variation that sets the most problem, because maybe it's the one variation that sets you the most problems, but not for everyone, so it's a bit tricky. And of course, until today, I expected Anish to go for e4, e5, and then this morning I suddenly looked and realized that his last 10 games with black were knight offs, so that was a surprise.
How do you handle that? Come to think of it, if he walks into your line, the line you like to play, and is it a weird thing where you don't want to show the best way to play against what you always play, do you?
No, of course I won't, because in general, you know, I haven't refuted the knight off yet, otherwise I might not play it so often, but so, you know, I mean, even if you set the most problems, then, you know, you still know how to handle it with black. But here, it's Anish who surprised me a bit. I mean, I'm not sure if I had this position in my analysis or if I just confused things. Anyway, it was an interesting position, but then by the end I missed some trick, and suddenly my intended continuation was not good at all anymore, if I can just show. But here I intended queen g4 with the ideas of knight g7 or f7, whatever, but this spoils the fun.
Definitely, we were here in the studio. How surprised are you by the game between Nakamura and Wesley So, that with the white pieces, Nakamura could miss such an elementary trick right out of the opening?
Yeah. It's fairly the position is just awful, so I really don't know what happened. But yes, sometimes when you're too sure about your preparation, don't check a second time before playing your move. this is what I suspect happened.
I'm sure it's heartening for the amateur players to see that top players can blunder like this.
We do mess up.
Yeah, you do mess up from time to time. Let's take a look at another game of interest.
Yeah.
Considering especially that you had barely any work today at the office, we're going to keep you here. Anish Giri is actually in the studio trying to analyze as well, helping Lawrence and Daniel King. So clearly you guys didn't have enough chess. Take a look at this one. What are your feeling about this position? I mean, it just looks like Kramnik got a Kramnik-type position and is really sitting on Topalov.
Well, you know, when you get a pawn on c7 so early in the game, it's generally everyone's kind of position. But you never know. I mean, like if black gets queen b7, rook c8 in time, the pawn might just fall. So you need to act fast. But I suspect there's a good way to do that. And then this pawn on c7 might be lots of trouble in the upcoming moves.
Indeed. All right, well, we'll let you go and get your rest. Thanks very much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of the top players in the world. Quick draw today, more or less, but we'll see plenty of action from him later in the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, MBL. I must say that, speaking for myself, I really hated it when my opponents played my favorite weapons against me.
Yeah, because despite having so much preparation, you kind of don't know how exactly to react on it.
Right, and it's not like you want to really share with the entire world what you feel is the best reaction to your favorite
so that they can use it against you the next time
You
around.
know they will, so... Well, there you go.
It's a tricky situation, and it's funny.
Awkward.
I mean, a lot of times people feel when they're preparing against an opponent that they want to avoid the line that their opponent is employing at times. But actually, that's a really tricky way to prepare against them because it puts the other guy in a very awkward situation.
I remember this from Lubos Kovalik. He was explaining in the World Championship match between Garry Kasparov and Nigel Short that he and Nigel had specifically added to Nigel's repertoire the very openings and defenses that Kasparov employed, so that Kasparov was literally looking into the mirror. And I thought, ooh, that's really a nasty way of preparing for an opponent.
Right.
Let's turn it over to Alejandro and that game between Mickey Adams and Levon Aronian. Mickey violating some strategic rules, but looks like he's got a good position. How is it?
I like his position, Yasser, and we haven't had a move here in the game between Aronian and Mickey Adams. It seems like he is taking his sweet time deciding if he actually wants to commit to the move e4, which I still find is the best move. For example, some sample variations after the move e4, the knight has to go somewhere. If you go to d2, I still like knight f6 a lot. So let's go to something more forcing. For example, knight h4. The idea is that I'm hitting the bishop on f5 and the queen is hitting the knight on h5. So therefore you have to take on h4. Queen takes h5, but then comes this move, queen g5, takes, and you can see that even though you have the pair of bishops, they're not something to brag about exactly. These bishops are quite stuck, especially the bishop on f2, and I think you have to close the position here with the move d4. Closing the position is not usually what you want to do with the bishops, but hey, you don't have a choice. Either otherwise I'm going to capture on d3, and allowing a bishop to establish itself on e4 is definitely not an option. Here after the move, just simply rook df8. I like black. I think that if I ever trade the light square bishops, white's in a lot of trouble. And I see that Mickey has actually finally chosen a move, not one that I looked at very intently because I didn't like taking so many pieces off the board, and I didn't like fixing white's structure a little bit. He took on d3, and after queen takes d3, he's going e4, recovering his piece. But the reason I don't like that is that it's opening up the position when the other side has the pair of bishops, and that's what I'm not a huge fan of. After queen d4, he actually has to go through a couple of hoops to actually get his piece back, because notice that pawn takes f3 immediately loses to queen g4 check, picking up the knight on h5. Perhaps doesn't immediately lose, but okay, you don't want to be down a piece. E4, queen d4, you have to play c5, which is something that I would rather not play. And after queen c4, I still cannot take on f4, so you have to play something like d5. And you can see how this expansion that black is doing, although it wins some space, it's not so great for the king. The king is gaining a lot of air. It's dangerous for the diagonals. The queen would eventually retreat. And now after taking, I take with a pawn to fix the structure. And I like white now that the pair of bishops have an open position, a d5 pawn that I can attack. And I'm obviously going to long castle on the next move, making my king quite safe. I really, really don't like bishop takes d3. I'm not sure if he missed that after queen d4, pawn takes f3 is not possible, or what exactly is going on. But I think Mickey has basically erased any good doing that he had done so far in this game.
Definitely not a position that Black wants to be in, but a place that we all want to be in right now is London. There are two things on everybody's mind, that is Christmas and chess in that city. And we caught up with our players to find out what it's like to play in one of the best cities in the world.
London is one of the world's great cities. How does it feel to be playing here?
Played every single event since 2010, so this will be my seventh, and of course I enjoy every single visit here.
It's good to be back. I've had a lot of good results here, so I'm looking forward to the event.
Yeah, I've been to many great places, but of course London is a special place. Good to be here.
I love playing in London. It's a beautiful place to play, and when the weather is so good, I can't complain.
It's always great to be back in town, and this is a huge event for me and also for English chess in general.
Yeah, it's my first time playing in London. You know, it's a very prestigious thing for a chess player to be able to play here. It'll be really important for me to do well here.
I always like to play here, so for me it's always a pleasure to come back, and especially for this event, which is very well organized and has a very special atmosphere. So I'm very glad to be here.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure to come back here. I mean, I was in London last year. I had a great time. In general, I mean, there's a lot of things to do in London.
It's I think my fourth time playing in London, so I'm feeling good. It is a beautiful city. The weather is unseasonably warm. It's a great tournament, so I'm looking forward to showing that I can play for the win.
How do you feel about your play coming into the event?
No idea. I mean, I had quite a tough season, so from one side I feel I was playing pretty well recently, but from another point of view, well, I had quite many tournaments lately, so I'm a bit worried about my physical, let's say, shape.
I played reasonably well in my last few events, but you always keep your fingers crossed.
I feel pretty confident. I've had a bunch of decent to good results. Some very good results. I mean, we won the Olympiad, which was fantastic.
I've had a good run, and then I basically collapsed in 2 tournaments this year. I don't really know the reason. You know, sometimes maybe you run out of some emotional strength or whatever it is.
I would say that I played a little bit too much in like August and September. I think my result in the Singfield Cup was reasonable, and then in the Olympiad in Isle of Man I didn't play so well. But I've had a couple of months off now, so I feel pretty fresh and ready to bring my best, and hopefully things go my way.
I've had a pretty long break from classical chess, but I feel confident. I mean, it's going to be a very tough tournament. You have all the strongest players in the world, except for Magnus. But it's fantastically strong, but I still think that I have a good chance to win.
I've tried to prepare for the first few games. The advantage is we knew the pairings well in advance. And so I think at least in the first few rounds, we'll give the appearance of having looked at chess recently.
But in such a strong tournament, you never know how it goes. It can go well, it can also go totally wrong. It's just too strong to be sure that at least you will have a good, decent level. You never know.
This is a very important event, so it's a good chance to kind of finish the year on a positive note.
After you, who do you think is in the best form to potentially come in second place and be your greatest rival?
That's a difficult question. If I had to pick someone, I think I'd pick Vichy or Maxime.
Let's go with the rating guys, Fabi and Fabi, let's say.
Yeah, Vichy. Vichy probably is on a high, you know.
I don't know. Well, Wesley So has been doing pretty well on the Grand Tour so far, so perhaps he's a guy to watch out for.
I say Fabiano, as I said in the Singfield Cup. Yeah, root for him.
Let's say Fabiano.
I would say that Aronian, if I'm winning, I would pick Aronian for second place.
Let's say Kramnik.
But honestly, if I'm first in this tournament, I don't care at all who is going to be second.
Now that was a
Kramnik.
truthful answer. You got to give Vladimir big credit for that one.
Absolutely,
I loved it. Nice feature.
What's also interesting is, Yasser, that actually Hikaru, who is giving Wesley the fight for first place. But if he doesn't come out of this game, which looks like it's going to end badly for him, he's also endangering his second spot in the GCT Tour.
No question about it. And again, just this horrible start. There was this, before we went to that feature, there was this moment between Levon Aronian and Mickey Adams where Bishop takes D3, the surprise move, and Alejandro was taking us through a very forcing line, which was after E4, Queen D4. He was mentioning, you got to watch out for Queen G4. You can't just... And so he threw out the move, I think it was C5.
So EF3 runs into Queen G4
Precisely,
and you lose the H5 knight.
Right. And then there was the move Queen C4. Now, Alejandro, you mentioned the move D5, but I was thinking that maybe this could turn out well for black after the move B5. Take a look at that move for a second. How would that impact the game after the move B5? Over to you.
B5?
It's a move, definitely. After B5, White's reply is absolutely forced. You have to go back to E2. And the idea is that, remember that if you take on F3, take on F3, I'm still hitting your knight on H5, which means that after pawn takes A4, queen takes H5, your structure is just pretty much shattered. In this case, I'm going to castle short, and I'm going to put a bishop eventually on G3. I don't even care if I lose the pawn on E3 at any point. It seems like White's long-range pieces are just very powerful. The bishop on G3 will be a monster, not to mention the pawn on A4 is weak, the pawn on D6 is weak, and your king on C8 is regretting being on the queen side. Actually, considering the structure, you'll regret being anywhere in this position. So B5 has the problem that it just gives the king on C8 no good squares after B5, Queen E2. It seems like you will have to take, and there's no reason not to take the bishop, honestly. So the problem is that you're just giving too much space to the king and not winning material. B5 seems like it wins material because I'm hitting all the pieces, but after Queen E2, the problem is that the knight on H5 is hanging, so B5 is just unfortunately not a good move.
Yeah, optically, I forgot about the knight hanging on H5. I thought that B5, Queen E2, and I was just hitting too many bits, but the bit on H5 is the problem. So B5 would simply weaken Black's king and not boomerang, and that was why you went for the D5, Queen E2 variation. Back to you, Alejandro. You got something else to share?
Right, and of course I forgot to mention what happens if you take the bishop immediately. After B5, Queen E2, you can take on A4 also. Problem is that after Knight D2, Knight F6, Bishop G3, or castles, in this variation you actually did win a pawn, but your position has gone from really nice, compact, solid to really ugly. The bishop's going to come to G3, and we already mentioned the power of this bishop on this diagonal. The queen on E2 is targeting A6. The king feels very, very unsafe, whereas this one feels very safe on G1. The knight can always go to C4. The bishop's going to go to G3. And I can even start thinking of Rook B1, B3 opening up on the queen side. And you have a pawn, yes, but it's these pawns that are doubled up. Your king's very unsafe. I take white any day.
Yeah, right. Definitely the pawn doesn't count for much in this position. But no. I just have a doubt in that position. Instead of Queen E2, can White also go Queen D5, or is Queen E2 the only good retreat? Because Queen D5 also looks like just a very human move in that.
Absolutely. Well, Tanya, let me refute your human move with an engine analysis. The problem with the move Queen F4 is, of course, Knight F4.
Ooh, nice.
Now, the difference is that if the queen was on E2, you don't have the opening of the E file like you do in this variation. After Knight F4, pawn takes F4, pawn takes F3, you can see that the king is not happy at all about the opening here, and this is going to spell doom for the white side. After Queen D5, Knight F4 is just a very powerful move, forces you to go Queen F5 check, but after King C7, suddenly I still cannot take the knight on F4, the knight on F3 is hanging, the pawn on G2 is hanging with check, and the bishop on A4 is, of course, still under attack. So Queen D5 may be tempting, but has a reputation.
Wow,
very visual, very visual
very
reputation.
Pretty.
Yes, absolutely so. And going to this game of our two former world champions, again, we've been talking about this pawn on C7. One of the things that actually I found very intriguing is, again, without the engine, without knowing that I'm so much better, as a human player, I hate, my queen being in a potential ambush to this bishop on G7. So the computer was suggesting knight E5 is a very strong move, and doubtlessly it is. But again, as the human player, you think to yourself, well, I'm really clogging up this dark square diagonal, and I could potentially something, could go wrong. And it actually does work tactically for white, but it's very easy to imagine it failing. And after b6, a very human reaction for me was this move queen a3 to get the queen off the diagonal. Perhaps that actually gives black the tempo he needs to be able to play queen b7 and again getting out of this. But that wasn't what Veselin did. Veselin popped out with the move e6, which I thought was the one thing he didn't want to allow, which was weakening this d6 square. Thanks because of knight b5, immediately eyeballing d6, and I thought, uh-oh, you know, my spidey sense is tingling here.
I mean, what is black going to do after knight b5? He's got two options, knight e4 or bishop f8, because you can't allow knight d6, right?
Right, but bishop f8 kind of encourages the queen. Once the queen is at the diagonal and the knight on f6.
And now bishop g7 runs into knight d6, so it's not possible anymore.
So we've got Maurice in London for an update. Maurice.
Yes, and just listening to you guys there is some confusion here as well as to some of the positions and the way they have transpired. This position with Nakamura and Wesley, so clearly it's been dominant for Wesley for a while. You know, one of those things is when you are winning, you want to increase that. You don't just say, oh, he's better, he's winning, no matter what he does is good. You want to still play the most precise moves. And here, the move rook takes c4 is what the Indians really liked here. And we were wondering, why did he play it? Bishop c4 is the move that was played, but rook c4 seemed to resolve all the issues, no pins on this line, and that would have been much better for black as well. Of course, what he played is also winning for black, but rook c4 seemed like it was clearly the better move in this position. And Wesley didn't find that move. He can't let that keep happening now because he'll start losing his advantage. And boy, if he doesn't win this game, he will certainly be very unhappy given that he has such a dominant position. Another position that's a bit of a surprise to me, I have to tell you, this position back here, right here, queen c2, the trade bishop takes e3. I always call it the most important trade in all of chess, the trade of bishop for knight. It's a critical moment when the position becomes imbalanced. And it's an easy trade to happen because bishops are often taking knights. Well, in this position, bishop takes e3 and he's given up the dark square bishop. What that generally means is if you've given up your dark square bishop, you're supposed to have an edge on the light squares. And you should be dominating on the light squares because your opponent no longer has a light square protector in the knight. He has this bishop, which could become anemic. Now, of course, that bishop could become super strong if you don't take advantage of the moment very quickly. Well, he played knight to h5, bishop f2, and now f5 attacking on the light squares. That was very logical. Now e takes f5, bishop takes, and queen e2. And here's this critical moment in the game. The Indians, they're just calculating, but this simple principle of light square domination, they may not be aware of, but it was consistent here. He played bishop d3, giving up his light square piece, but the move e4, hitting d3, and now any move you make, something like knight to d2 is one of the critical moves. You're attacking this pawn, and now after knight back to f6, keeping the pawn in check, now d4, and white has blocked the position, yes, but white has conceded the light squares completely to black. And after the move bishop to g4, if you look around, you realize this queen doesn't have many options. Queen c4 hangs a piece to b5. He has to go back, groveling to the square, queen to f1, and after rook to f8, either rook to f8 as a matter of fact, and d5 coming up, complete domination on the light squares. This was the more principled way to play. Instead, surprisingly, he played bishop takes d3, giving up his light square protector, and after the trade here and e4, the position has turned into something quite different with c5, queen d1, but this is certainly not consistent on Michael Adams' part. So two surprising decisions. For Wesley, not so bad. He's still definitely dominating that game. But for Michael Adams, he's definitely let Aronian off the hook, and now that's just a wild position. Guys?
Wild position indeed.
Wow. I mean, bishop d3 was quite a shocker. After that amazing bishop e3, the follow-up just lacked what it needed. And we're going to go into a short break, but there's no break for our viewers because we've got a very interesting puzzle waiting for you on chess24.com. So log on and try your luck. Try to find the winning move. We'll be back soon.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peters Fidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peters Fidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. See you at chess24.com.
to round 1 of the London Chess Classic, the final stop of the Grand Chess Tour, and we've had some very exciting moments already with Hikaru Nakamura blundering very early on, and now he's trying to do everything that he can to survive a really, really bad endgame. We've also had a result with Anish Giri and MVL drawing in a dynamically balanced position, and a very interesting game heating up between Veselin and Kramnik.
Absolutely. Well, let's turn it over to Alejandro to get us caught up on all the action that took place during our break. Alejandro.
Well, Yasser, let's recap a little bit on what's going on here between these two rivals. Vladimir Kramnik got a pawn to c7. The position looks very good for him here. He decided to play the move queen a3, which I particularly didn't like. I thought after queen b7, the rook can now swing to c8. It becomes a little harder to prove that this pawn is really dangerous. However, queen b7 was not played in one of the most unexplainable things I've seen today, including knight e2 from Hikaru. e6 is a move that I cannot reason. I mean, the pawn wasn't attacked. You're giving up d6 for free, and it's just begging for knight b5 to be played, which it was played because it's Vladimir Kramnik. And then after bishop f8, queen b2, black's pretty much busted. He has some tactical problems on top of what would be just a normal idea of knight d6 and slowly pushing the pawn. There's a big issue that if you go bishop e7 and I go knight g5, just trying to trade the bishops, you would think that after bishop takes g2, king takes g2, white's winning. And you're right, white is winning after king takes g2. There's no doubt about that. But there's even the more convincing knight d6 immediately. The idea is that after bishop takes d6, queen takes f6 is attacking this pawn on f7 and checkmate on h7. You have to defend from that, so you have to play something like rook e7, and you can either take this bishop and win, or you can take this bishop and win. It does not matter. The pawn is just way too powerful. This game is completely over if this happens. If you instead play bishop g7 with the tactical trick that after knight g5 I have to move knight e4, attacking the queen on b2 and attacking the knight on d6, black has still some chances here. Position is still pretty ugly though. Instead of that, knight d6, I can also though play knight g5. Again, with the idea of knight d6, pawn on f7 is difficult to defend. Now you don't have any discoveries, because if you play, for example, knight e4, I have this move, just moving the queen away, queen c2, and knight takes g5 simply will run into, again, knight d6 with a completely winning position. The pawn is just way too powerful, everything is hanging, even though you're up a knight, it just doesn't matter in the situation. So queen b2, I believe, was played by Kramnik. There is no good way of defending this knight. You might as well retreat it. But then after the simple knight e5 takes here, I cannot take it this way because knight takes d7, sorry. Knight e5 first take on e5, queen takes e5, bishop takes g2, king takes g2. Black's just completely lost. The pawn on c7 is a monster. The queen doesn't have anything to do in the position. And it seems like Topalov knows what kind of situation he is in. You can see that he's been shaking his head a few times. He's pretty busted, actually.
And I'm really surprised. I mean, Topalov has been making bad moves from the beginning of this game. I mean, nothing that's a blunder, but one after the other, we've been surprised with his choices on the board.
Bad moves, yeah, dubious moves. And
Dubious moves, yes.
you talk about the rivalry and grudge match. I mean, if there's one player in this entire field that Veselin really does not want to lose to, it's his opponent of today, Vladimir Kramnik. And there you see him once again shaking his head and realizing that his position's really terrible. This move, e7, e6, the moment I saw it, I thought to myself, that's the one thing you didn't want to do, and that was why you played rook e8. And I'm just sitting there going, oh my gosh, how is...
very, very surprising. I mean, even if at some point you're forced to play e6, you only do it if you're forced. I mean, you have an option like queen b7 with the idea to someday hopefully go rook c8 and put pressure on the c7 pawn, which seems so natural.
Absolutely. And by the way, this is a very good point that just for our viewers who are really looking to improve their own skills in the game of chess, the queen is a terrible blockader. You will always want any other piece, a bishop, a knight, a rook, any other piece than the queen blockading the pawn, because the queen needs to be active. And when you're blocking the pawn with your queen, you're really reducing your own forces. So everybody and his brother would immediately want to get the queen out of the blockade, and queen b7 was just so natural in order to bring the rook, either the a8 rook or the c8 rook. And again, this move, knight b5 to d6, is not playable as long as the pawn is on e7. So this move, e7, e6, everything was wrong about that move, and it's just not a move that you would see a 2800 player and a former world champion play, because it's a violation of strategy.
The thing is, if you've got your pawn on e7, even if white goes knight b6, knight b5, you always have this option of a6, because knight e6
booting
is
it
not
away.
a possibility.
Exactly.
So e6 is such a surprising choice by Veselin.
And a very bad one in that, and Vladimir jumped at that opportunity that he was presented with knight b5, looking at that d6 square and queen b2. These last two moves of Vladimir Kramnik's play themselves, and Veselin is in a very bad way at this moment. By the way, during our break, we left, and the bagpipe player there in London forcibly reminded me of a story I just have to share with the viewers. If you're a grandmaster, it's 100% that you've played a simultaneous that went completely wrong. Okay, you've played a simul somewhere where everything went badly. And I remember I was in Washington State, and the Washington State Deaf Association called me and asked me if I could do a fundraiser for their organization, and I very happily accepted. And we played at the Swedish Center in Seattle, and it was this big hall, and they had this wall divider that they closed, and on the other side of the wall, it was amateur bagpipe night. Okay, so all of these amateur bagpipe players came. Now, I can only withstand bagpipes about 5 minutes. But imagine doing a simul where it was amateurs playing on the other side of the wall, and about 40 minutes into the simul, I was going nuts. And I looked around, and I started to complain to everybody, would somebody please do something? And everybody was deaf. I was the only one who could hear the noise. It was horrible. You'll have to share your own bad simul stories, but that was something terrible.
Well, luckily I haven't had such an experience with a simul yet, but like you said, it has to happen to everyone once. So.
Absolutely.
And well, let's take a look at our birthday boy.
Happy birthday,
Hikaru
Nakamura.
Not having a great time on the board, but hopefully we'll still celebrate.
Yeah.
And take a look at this.
Challenge.
And that is our very own Alejandro.
Yeah. Well, okay, Alejandro, you're going to explain the picture on the extreme right.
Yes.
What is
Halloween.
that?
Is going on?
What are
But
you,
you have Halloween in
Superman?
India?
So
No,
you're like
Not
a
like
superhero?
that.
You are the prince, or what's going on there?
Yeah, it's an anime character.
And it's funny, the middle photo is actually Hikaru versus Alejandro.
Really? What
Yes.
was that event?
That was the final round of Dominican Republic Open back in 2004, I want to say. Oh, it says right there,
It's
2004. Yeah, and we were playing on the first board on the last round, and the winner took the tournament. Unfortunately, I had a winning position that I completely botched up, and I lost. So he ended up winning the event. And on the left side, actually, I was doing a party trick. I was impressing my college friends. They were like, "Oh my God, he can play blindfolded." So I actually have my back turned to a chessboard where everybody's watching, and I'm just like, I'm just chilling.
Just chilling. Very, very nice. 2004. So, are you the same age as
We're a few
Hikaru?
months apart. He was born in 1987, and I was born in 1988. So I was already 16. No, not quite 16 in this picture. Well, he was. I was 15, I guess. I had made my GM title a few months prior. No, about 6 months prior, in the same island, actually, in Dominican Republic, is where I finished my GM title. We used to have this strong events in the Caribbean. A sponsor there hosted really strong events. We had several top rated players come in, dozens of grandmasters, and that's where I made my final norm. Not in this tournament, I was already a GM by then.
This is
and
amazing.
yeah, this is one of
I'm shocked to hear what you're saying, Alejandro. Just a second. Let me roll that again. For me, when Bobby Fischer became a grandmaster at 15, I thought that was a record that would never, ever, ever be broken. Of course, we know it's been broken numerous times. Are you telling me that you also broke Bobby Fischer's record?
Yeah, by a few months. I did it younger than Fischer, but not younger than Hikaru. Hikaru was broke it by more, I guess. Yeah, you could say that. At the time that I made my title, I think I was like the 7th youngest, no, like top 10 youngest in history. But I've been since pushed away with all these younglings, you know, getting their titles at 12 and 13. And by the time that, okay, if you get a GM title now at 14, I mean, forget about it. Pick some other profession. But
Wow.
yeah, I made it at 15 quite a while ago, actually. Hikaru became a GM and I became a GM not too far along, like maybe a year after him. Back then, I think that when I made my GM title, the 3 youngest grandmasters that were on Earth were Karyakin, Magnus, and myself.
Impressive, way more impressive than those photographs we just saw.
I know. I'm blown away.
Yeah.
That's wow. Well, we're not worthy. Bravo, bravo, Alejandro. Wow. How about you?
I'm still,
Tania, come
I'm
on.
still waiting for my. I mean, I'm still trying for my 3rd grandmaster nom. I've got 2, and it's. I don't know if it's funny, but it's definitely a bit embarrassing that I made my first grandmaster nom in 2008 or 9, and then after that, I made my 2nd one very recently in Reykjavik in March.
Yes, that was a wonderful result, by the way.
So going by that, I think by the time I'm touching 40, I should be there.
Oh.
No, but of course, it's. I mean, I'm working on it, and hopefully it'll be sooner than my 2nd one.
All right. Well, very good. Okay. Boy, I'm still in shock and awe. One of the really enjoyable for me imbalances that I've always liked, 2 knights versus 2 bishops.
Yeah.
In principle, only David Bronstein and Bent Larson were those players who were most willing to play 2 knights versus the 2 bishops. They really enjoyed these imbalances. And we have just such a game between Levon Aroni and Mickey Adams. The last few moves that we've seen, just go back a bit. We'll remember the position from move c5. We had mostly, Alejandro had mostly been pointing out the move queen to c4, d5, queen e2 as the expected play. Queen d1 was Levon's choice. He came back immediately. There was a capture. Queen captures, hitting this knight on h5. Knight drop back. And now, after bishop c2, knight d7, this surprising move castles long. Alejandro had been castling short in much of his analysis, and the king seemed a lot more comfortable on g1. Castles long was a choice. Knight e5, queen e2, queen e7, bishop g3, and we're caught up to the players with a very fascinating middle game in view. Let me turn it over to Alejandro to explain these imbalances and why I personally find them so intriguing. Alejandro.
Definitely the pair of bishops against the pair of knights is a weird kind of chess because the knights will not be able to withstand the bishops in any kind of open position. But as long as they control some key squares and maybe they're anchored, they can fight against the bishops quite well. Now, this is the kind of position where the bishops, I think, will slowly start to take over. The reason that the knights are still holding on is that the pawn on e3 is isolated and it can eventually blockade it. This gives the ability of this knight to have an anchor square on e5 and hopefully for black to eventually get e4 as well. So that's what he's hoping for. Now, one of the things I really like in chess is when an opponent makes a threat, I can just completely ignore it. If the queen e6, it seems like black is attacking the pawn on a2 and you have to do something about it. So I think instantly most players would just put the king on b1 and start thinking. And Aronian, he says, wait, hold on, I have this move, bishop g3. And the point is that if you take on a2, which seems kind of the point, then after bishop takes e5, pawn takes e5, and queen f3, it seems that the knight actually doesn't have a lot of good squares. And this is what I was talking about. The king's pretty safe because I can always retreat my bishop. But where do you do it with your knight? It's actually not such a clear thing to do. If I play rook f8, then after queen f5 check, I'm taking this guy on e5. That's just almost losing for black. If you put it on d7, then again, either queen f5 or bishop f5, suddenly you're feeling a little bit annoyed about this spin. So it's weird in this position, but after queen f3, there's no easy way of defending the knight. You don't want to run into a pin with queen f7, a second to just play rook f1 or queen f5 check immediately. If you play the move queen e6, of course, there's a pin down here on this diagonal. So after queen f3, black's actually in a lot of trouble. Perhaps not that much trouble. He does have the move knight d7, but I still prefer the white pieces. Even though you have to give up one of the bishops, you've gained a lot of strength in the mobility of your pieces. And notice how this is a bishop that's very happy. Notice how many light squares it can attack, and that the king is not very pleased about the fact that it has currently so many problems with the diagonal, specifically on h3 and c8. We see that Michael Adams has taken on a2, and even though bishop takes e5 is not the only move, I suspect that this is Levon's idea.
Right, just playing that move, bishop e5 and queen f3, and putting the question to the knight. Very awkward question indeed. Let's go.
Bishop g3 is a great way to play against the threat of queen a2.
And it is annoying, just as Alejandro just said. Whenever you're making a threat and your opponent just goes,
completely ignores it.
like, no way, it's not as serious.
And if black goes back with knight fd7, he's giving up all these options of knight e4. And I have to say that I like the two bishops in this position.
Let's go back to that. Pardon me. Tanya, say that again.
That in this position, if black goes back knight fd7, for example, he's giving up control of the e4 square. I can start with rook f1. I just like the two bishops a lot more than I like the two knights.
In this particular case, yes, maybe we'll have to double guess down the road this move, queen e6, as it turned out to be perhaps not the most effective move. Alejandro was saying that the knights really can only contest themselves against the bishops when they have anchor squares. A move like d6, d5, hoping to establish a knight on e4 might have been a superior choice. That's a double guess on my part that maybe the move queen e6 was just simply mistimed. I want to take us back to the most important feature game of the round, which is between our tournament Grand Chess Tour leaders of Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. Let's see what moves have been played when we left. We did see this rook c8 move, rook f3. As Maurice was mentioning from London, the move rook c4 was simply a much more powerful choice.
The bishop c4 is fine. It doesn't spoil anything too much.
No question about it. And has Hikaru managed to, again, thanks to this pin, there is some things to play for in White's position. It's just a little bit awkward.
I like rook d7.
Rook d7.
Just putting pressure on d5, making sure the knight doesn't jump to e6.
Right, and by the way, just so that the knight doesn't jump to e6, rook d7. And Hikaru's recognizing that after the move b5, this bishop gets anchored away, and then the rook on c8 can move. That was why he tossed out the move a2, a4. Right. And we've seen this very attractive move, bishop h6. Whenever you see a diagonal like that where all the pieces are on it,
you want to put your bishop on it.
Absolutely, and that provoked the move g2, g3, and we're caught up in this position again. An extra pawn for black, everything's going swimmingly. Having said that, the highly desirable a7, a6, and b5, again, anchoring the bishop. If you play a6 immediately, well, you're giving Hikaru arguably an opportunity to play rook e6. It's all about creating problems for your opponent and trying to disturb them from getting into the zone of comfort. I'm sure Hikaru is busted. I mean, it's a bad position. But has he gotten something? I'm going to turn it back to Alejandro to explain that Wesley has everything under control. Yes or no?
He does and he doesn't. He has still the game under control, but it seems like his advantage is diminishing. After putting the bishop on h6, he now has to be worried also about the move rook c3 and certain variations because he has lost control over this diagonal. I didn't like the move bishop h6. You might be thinking that maybe it's to just take the knight, and after taking, you can play rook takes d5. There are no tactical problems now with rook c3. You always have rook e8 check for the time being. Rook d4 might be a threat, but after rook d1, takes. What I'm worried about is that sometimes if you trade those last pair of rooks, is the endgame actually winning? Yes, you're up 2 pawns, but since the opposite color bishops are on the board, and specifically you actually have this good structure for white, it doesn't seem that it's an obvious answer. It might be winning, don't get me wrong, even if you trade the rooks, but you have to figure it out. And I don't know why Wesley got into a position where he has to figure anything out. The position has kind of played itself. So I don't approve of the way that he's handling this position. Even though I guess he's still winning, it's in a manner that is not as convincing as it could have been.
Thank you, Alejandro. You were talking about a miracle. It would be a miracle you...
No, but I think it still would be. I mean, I think definitely black is still is very close to it. But yeah, slowly it is taking a lot longer. And the thing is, every time it takes longer to win, you're kind of messing up your advantage little by little. But I still think that Wesley's got it under control. Looking at this position, probably instead of bishop 8-6, which we were looking at, maybe black should have just continued with king f7. A simple move.
King f7?
Keeping the bishop on g7. I mean...
You activated your king presumably because you wanted to give a little extra measure of control over the e7 square?
I mean, my dream is to get a6, b5, right? And somehow trade a pair of rooks as well on e8. And I think bishop 8-6, allowing these rook c3 ideas, like we were mentioning. And if you're not able to get a6, b5 on time, then...
Well, just to buttress why you would want to play king f7 also, Tanya, is if you tried to solve the pin... hold on, my mouse. Okay, let me just get my mouse a little bit. Yeah, okay, I've got bishop a6. If you wanted to resolve the pin on the c file with bishop a6 right away, well, guess rook e8, and that
you don't want to run into stuff like that.
That was why king f7 was a very sensible
Yeah,
choice.
it would help in that as well as to solve this problem of the pin. But we have an interesting choice that Wesley did make, which was to go for the exchange and win
the second pawn.
The second pawn.
The very position that Alejandro was saying, yes, well done, you've won the second pawn, but the bishops of opposite color, the structure of f4 and h2 is basically holding this majority on the king side, making it less potent. Well, okay, you never really want to give your opponent any feeling that they can fight their way back, and this is I agree with Alejandro. I wouldn't approve of this technique. I mean, again, it's probably 2 pawns is 2 pawns. It's huge, but it's probably not the way you really wanted to, you know, how do you say, get that point, you know, lure it in.
No, I think after 92, this is probably the best position that Hikaru has had.
Well put. I think that that is absolutely accurate. Let's go to the game between Fabiano Caruana. Lots of mini stories to talk about during this London Classic, the best tournament to close the year, the Elite. Caruana needing a massive score of +4, I believe we discussed, to turn himself into #1. He's playing against former world champion Viswanathan Anand, and after these trades, queen takes, there we see this very crafty move by Vichy. Up to this moment, white is basically for choice. He has more space, the 2 bishops, and he's angling for the very direct idea of f2, f4, opening up the bishop, trying to open up this long diagonal. My arrows aren't so good, and as well as activate this rook on f1. And this move, h5, h4, is an annoying move because basically black is going to try to take the sting out of the move f4 by maybe playing a move like h4. And reminding white's king that it's a little vulnerable. So after h4, king drop back and h4. And again, Vichy is not just sitting back and letting white dictate the action. He's playing. He's being ornery. And we have Maurice Ashley in London with a very special guest.
Yes, indeed. I am with my partner in crime from back in the day. Grandmaster Daniel King and I used to do commentary, Intel World Championship. We famously did Anand versus Kasparov. That was fun in the then World Trade Center. Danny, welcome to the show.
Well, listen, Maurice, it's great to have you in London. It's been a while.
It has been a while. Yeah. It's been way too long.
Well, okay, we had
happy to be back.
Yeah, some fantastic days in those Intel speed events. They were brilliant fun. But we got a cracking first round here.
We do, and I should let everyone know that Danny King is actually doing live commentary with Lawrence Trent, so we're pulling him away from his work, from the studio audience. This one we all thought was just over. Nakamura versus Wesley So. Nakamura had that horrible blunder with 92, but somehow it's one of those, why did he let this position come about? Technically, he could have definitely done a better job.
Yeah, I mean, the big question for me was, why didn't he take on c4 with a rook? Why did he allow this pin? It just seemed more complex straight away. I don't see why he gave himself those problems. Of course, he's 2 pawns up, so...
The opposite colored bishops.
But he would still hope to put it away.
Yes, we know.
If he doesn't, he'll be kicking himself.
That'd be tragic.
This was a gift, an absolute gift.
Absolutely. So this one we're not happy with the way it has gone. But again, that word still, that word is coming up often. That word still. I heard Tanya say it twice. I heard Lawrence say it. Now you've just said the word still. Well, he better work it out.
Yeah. Okay. This one is hotting up because Vichy has put his pawn, he's advanced his h-pawn, and suddenly this complicates the position on the king's side. So I kind of like what Vichy's done here. First I was thinking, you know, Fabiano with the 2 bishops, this somehow looks very pleasant, but I like the way Vichy's working on the dart squares here.
May I say, as always, the most important trade in all of chess, in my opinion, bishop takes knight. A long time ago, we saw the same trade happen all the way back here. Yeah. Bishop takes knight on f3. If a light square bishop trades itself for a knight, then the dark squares become stronger for you. Here, we couldn't see it too far in advance, but white is left with a light square bishop. So that means black's going to be strong on the dark squares. Many, many moves later, if we can get down to g4, there we go. Many moves later, it's black again, emphasizing that control on the dark squares, being consistent strategically.
Well, we know that Vichy loves playing with knights. This is his thing. It's uncanny if you look through his games.
It's incredible.
So often, he gives up his bishop for a knight. And if he can spin one of these knights round to, you know, get in here, I'm not saying, you know, maybe this one, maybe the knight, the knight comes back to h7 to g5, something like this. But of course, he's got to reckon with f4.
He's got to time it out because f4 is going to come in this long diagonal. Is certainly something that white wants to get going.
I don't know. If, can I put
after you? Here we go.
I don't know if he has time for that. It's whether this move is coming with f4, whether he has to do something. You know, committal. I mean, I'm even looking at crazy moves like
G5. Why not? Dark square control. Exactly. Bring the knights around again. It's the same kind of situation. Yeah. When you trade off that light square bishop to try to dominate the dark squares.
But very committal, of course. You'd expose your king. So, and that's building up. And of course, this game we've got Kramnik against Topalov.
Completely. This is it. This is your position right here. Dominant position.
What I found really interesting was, can we just go back one move?
Sure.
Because here, Vlad could already play knight d6 and take an exchange. But and there's no doubt about it, white is better there. But he's playing so ambitiously, he basically senses that he's going for a knockout here.
Well, he's dominating the board. Pawn on c7, knight on b5, knight d6 can come whenever he wants. No reason to give the guy any chances, any counterplay. He's just going to crush him.
So that's what he's angling for. Of course, he still wants to play knight d6. He's moved his queen out of the diagonal of the bishop. And, you know, maybe he can switch up to f4
He's got everything.
To hit f7.
Just take a look at this piece. I mean, it's completely ridiculous, and the dark squares are all weak.
But I just think it shows how ambitious he is. And that's typical of his play, that he's basically looking for a knockout. Then we got further down. Okay, we've had a draw already. And, well,
this one now, we were arguing about this in the break away from the live camera. And you guys seem to think that Michael Adams had done a good thing getting to this position. But I really don't like the way he handled himself. But it looks like he's okay here. I mean, he seems to me like he could have gotten more out of this position.
Well, yeah, we weren't so sure because, you know, when we were discussing it and you were very convinced about this other plan he had, well, we thought, okay, not so clear. But it's all kicking off here with the queen coming down on a2, and I can't see a refutation of this. So,
well, this is a true pawn sacrifice. I mean, this is a positional pawn sack with the 6 pawns on the board to 5 for white, but it's 2 bishops. They can go hog wild, although surprisingly, the engines are also giving bishop takes knight, incredibly, as the #1 move in this position. Again, that trade, bishop takes knight, the most important trade in all of chess, the point being that he wants to get this kind of attack. Actually, it's before after d6 e5, to start with the move queen f3, bothering this knight because the knight has no secure squares. Knights need stable squares, and this knight, it just doesn't have a real home, and d7 with the bishop coming to f5 and maybe some potential attack. Not an easy and obvious position to show compensation, but certainly very interesting for white. Yeah. And it looks like he's starting to get some pressure.
If I could put the pawn back on g7,
oh yeah, well,
I'd be happy.
Position. Yeah, absolutely.
But no, I agree. That's basically the unstable square of the knight this is black's problem. But still, I think it's really kicking off here with this queen coming down on a2. Of course, white is still secure enough because the bishop can drop back to b1.
Absolutely.
But will he play bishop e5? I mean, Levon is thinking here at the moment.
It's a critical moment to find that
move.
So bishop takes e5. Let me ask you this question before I let you go. I know you have to get back.
Yeah.
London. Yeah. Having this tournament, the strongest tournament ever held on British soil, what does it mean to you as someone who lives, born here and lives here?
Well, okay, I really enjoy the London Chess Classic every year. It's always a really strong tournament. So when you say it's the strongest tournament ever in London, to be honest, every London Chess Classic is a fantastically strong tournament. So maybe the ratings show that it's the strongest ever. But for me, the London Chess Classic is always a really exciting event because it always attracts the strongest players in the world. So I love it.
You know, the fact that we haven't worked in so long is ridiculous. We've got to get more of these going.
Well, I look forward to coming to St. Louis.
There you go. Partner in crime from back in the day. It was Batman and Robin. I think you were Batman back then, as a matter of fact. Now we're kind of equalish, I guess. Danny King, always a pleasure. One of the commentators here bringing lots of entertainment to the fans here in London.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. And a shout out to Danny.
Yeah.
He's really aged well. He looks terrific.
He looks terrific, and he's doing so much work for chess. I mean, it's amazing. Whether you look up his
videos,
his lectures, they're all brilliant.
And I really love his column where you find the best move and you rate yourself. It's great. I mean, you should just make a book collection of his columns. He's really one of the really good guys in the world of chess, and shout out to him that he's with us and we'll get him on set one of these days. Absolutely.
That would be incredible. Well, just coming back to this endgame, I think it's actually quite interesting. I mean,
where do you want to go? You mean
this position that we have on
the
board,
Hikaru Nakamura,
right.
Wesley So, and again you're seeing, Hikaru's in there with a shout now. I mean, it's the bishops of opposite color, and he's just played rook e7.
I really feel strongly about black's position here. I mean, the rooks are still on the board. I've got 2 pawns. Okay, for example, I'm just seeing rook e7, and if I go something like rook to d4 here.
Right. So rook d4 is very, very suggestive.
So
you want to go after the f4 pawn.
That's right.
And of course, I don't want to capture this pawn, which would expose my king to rook e8 check. So I'll put my bishop on this diagonal for a moment, bishop c3, so I'll attack this rook. You can pause because you can maybe turn the tables with a pin of yourself. How would you handle bishop c3, Tanya?
It's very interesting. So I don't know if I want to go rook e4.
That's the key question. You will provoke the trade.
Yeah, but it would probably not be one of my
first choices.
Choices, because this e3, you'll try to get your king on e3, and
I've got a blockade.
You've got a great blockade going. So rook e4 would not be my first choice.
No.
Then just coming down to my other option, rook f4 allows rook g7. That's your idea, right?
Well, it was, but I'm having doubts after king f8.
Yeah, because it's very dangerous, the white's king's position right now.
No question. After rook takes h7, a follow-up to the whole line, now this rook is activated, and suddenly the tables are turned. Whose king is more exposed? This looks just horrifyingly bad.
And this is like an amazing thing about opposite color bishops, that even when the queens are traded off, but you've got
the attack,
rooks,
the initiative.
Yeah, it can still be very dangerous, even if it's an endgame.
Well, absolutely, because you have a piece you can't challenge. This dark square bishop cannot be challenged. The light square bishop cannot be challenged. So whoever's has the initiative.
First to get the kill on the king, I mean
That's
proves
huge.
to be it proves to be very, very dangerous.
Oftentimes decisive.
Right. So I'm just looking at this move rook d4, Yasser, and I mean bishop c3 probably doesn't work because of rook f4, and you can't allow this rook from e7 to move away from the e file because rook e8 will be deadly at any point.
Okay,
So
you
bishop
made
d2, right?
You made a believer out of me.
No,
You're
I
convincing
think
me.
yeah, bishop d2, and now, for example, I still feel rook a7 is not a threat. I don't want to go rook e4 ever because
No.
we decided we don't want to allow that.
So rook a7 is not a threat.
So what
and
if I
you
go
agree
king
with-
f8? Can I? No, you can probably go bishop b4. No, you can probably go bishop b4.
F8. Yes, you're mentioning that I can meet that one with bishop b4, setting up a
Can I go
discover
rook
check.
e8?
Rook e8. Okay, yes you can. And rook
Or
e8 is a...
Wait, is it? Yeah, okay, it's working. I don't think I'm blundering anything. But
Right,
probably
we all-
Alejandro can tell us if it's...
No, but this looks like a very nice... so rook e7 optically looks like white might be doing something, but rook d4 just says, what is your threat? And
I think we do
Alejandro...
have a move on the board, in fact.
Alejandro, is
Okay,
Tanya
us.
right with her view that rook e7 is just optically good?
Well, rook e7, unfortunately for Hikaru, doesn't accomplish very much. After king f8, here we have the big problem of what to do with the rook. I was actually spending a considerable amount of time thinking about the move rook e4 and wondering if, because now I have a pawn on e4, if I trade the other pair of rooks, is the opposite color bishop winning because I have two outside passed pawns? And the more I analyze it, the more I think it is winning, but Wesley decided, okay, there is no reason to deal with this. King f8 was a computer top choice. Rook takes h7, rook takes a7 really run into mating attacks. So bishop b4 was played, and I see that Wesley was reaching for his rook, and he has just played the move rook e8, which I find very strong as it's exchanging the last active piece that Hikaru has on the board. He has to trade. I don't see anything better. If you retreat anywhere on
Just
the
king
e
f7.
file, even in this flashy move, simply king f7, and you still have to trade the rook. Nothing has changed. So you still have to take on e8, and the problem is this pawn on f4 is now also hanging. If you play bishop d2 to defend it, then after rook e4 check, rook e2 is coming next move. You're going to have to be dropping some material, as if you play king d1, you get basically checkmated by bishop b3. And if you play king f2, rook e4 check, I trade bishops. Now you don't have any of the opposite color bishop endgames to worry about. Yeah. So the game is pretty much over, I think, after rook e8. Bishop e4 was probably an inaccuracy, but I mean, the guy was already kind of busted. Rook e8 is, I think, sealing the game.
Very good. Well, that is, again, huge for the whole Grand Chess Tour, the
Yes.
standings and everything that we
Also, a
spoke
great
about at the
start
top of the
with
show.
black to beat Hikaru Nakamura in this manner is such a huge confidence boost for the rest of your tournament.
And again, a shout out to our researcher Aviv, because he had put together an entire list of how these players match up. And the interesting part is in the 11 games that they have contested in classical chess, it's a 2-to-1 advantage.
Right.
The other games being a draw in favor of Hikaru. So if Wesley can pull this game out, he'll have equalized their internal rivalry overall. And it looks like he's well
Very
on his way
close
to doing
that. Yes, and Hikaru looking quite distraught
And
with
there
the way
you
things
have
have
it.
gone, and this is their personal record. So 2-1 to Hikaru, but today that's all going to change because Wesley is all set to win their first round of the London Chess Classic.
And going to the game between Fabiano Caruana, the world's #2 player, he's kind of playing against Vichy. Vichy, after this move h4, trying to work on the dark square complex over there on the king side. He's just played the move knight h7.
I like knight h7, so he wants to go knight g5, knight e6, or even just knight on g5 looks really great. I mean, dark squares, and you kind of want your knight to have good squares, yeah.
Exactly.
I like
But
knight h7.
Well, the one thing as white that you always want to be careful of is this bishop on g2, which is a wonderful defender of the king, could end up being incredibly passive. And after this move knight h7, I'm basically thinking, okay, I've got to fight back. I want to play d4 with the idea, okay, I want to blow open the position with a c5, and I want to play f4, and I don't want to get into a position where my bishop on g2 just becomes a spectator.
With double bishop, you want to open up the game.
Without question. So
first opportunity that you get. d4 is very interesting.
Well, again, this is the kind of position that I think Vichy really flows with the punches. Many of his games that I see, he's willing to allow his opponent a bit of play, but at the same time, he's saying, I got to get some pluses as well. The knight on g5 will look really good against the bishop on g2, and Fabiano has to be aware that he can't just let Vichy get the knight on g5 and have a good position against his bishop on g2. He's got to play actively over the next few moves. Let's go to Vladdy's position for a second, because we're going to go back a little bit right to this position after queen b2. This was a position Alejandro had spoken about earlier, and he had pointed out that after the move bishop g7, there was a really powerful move, knight g5, putting the boot into black's position. Alejandro had explained that after knight e4, queen c2, knight takes g5, yes, white has sacrificed a piece, but guess what? After knight d6, queen here, knight takes
e8 and c8, and it's completely
gone. It's just over. But
is it?
It is. Trust me,
yes,
it
is.
But surprising to ourselves.
So knight d6 was something that came up, but it doesn't work, right? Because you've got knight e4.
Right. Danny, in his segment there with Maurice, was just saying that he thought knight d8 was a killer. He had just missed the discovery knight e4, which would have only provoked a trade. So that he had missed the counter shot knight e4. Instead, what Vladimir did is he brought his queen over to d2. Queen got out of the way, queen d7, a4, knight e4, queen f4.
A nice spot for the queen.
Yes, a very nice spot for the queen. But having said that, has he given Veselin an opportunity to get out of his problems that he was having? Alejandro, open our eyes. Is it still all white?
Absolutely, guys. I mean, the pawn on c7 hasn't gone anywhere. It's still quite strong. And here, Topalov has a few tactical problems, especially involving the knight on e4. For example, if I play a6, I don't actually have to retreat my knight, even though that's probably okay. I can just take on e4 first. After pawn takes on b5, any retreat of the queen, for example, queen d3, is threatening the move e4, taking advantage of the fact of this pin down on the d file, so you don't have any time to take the pawn on a4. This looks horribly lost, but I don't see any alternatives, actually. Cannot retreat because knight e5 is just winning. You cannot really put the knight anywhere. Knight c5 runs into knight g5. Again, e4 is a big threat, so I really don't know what Topalov can do in this position. I think that after knight e4, queen f4, perhaps Kramnik had other ways of winning, but this looks good enough to me.
Wow, all you need is one win per game is all you'll ever need. Just pick a winning line, and well, for Vladimir Kramnik, who we've extolled his virtuosity in such positions.
And because of their history, I mean, every game that they play is extremely entertaining for the spectators because it always offers action, and for either of them to win, it's such a big...
It's a big deal.
It's more than just a game for them, you know?
And 100 games between them. That's just wild. Who is your player that you've played the most against, that you feel the rivalry in your
It would have
career?
to be in Indian chess and the Indian women chess. We've got a lot of strong players, and I've been part of the team for many years now. So I would have to say probably my teammates, who, you know, we play the Asian Team Championships, we play the Olympiad together. I've been playing in the team since 2008, so I've played them continuously over the last 10 years when we play the national championships. So, you know, there's Padmini, who's one of the strong young players from India. There is Harika,
of course,
and Isha. So there are a lot of, I would say, these Indian girls, I play them so much because despite the fact that we play in the same team, we're constantly playing against each other as well.
Dare I ask how you have done against them?
Well, it's actually quite entertaining because I think the scores are, to think about like women chess is that there are not so many draws.
No. You guys are vicious.
Vicious, aggressive, I don't know what it is, or just like, the games are quite bloody, I would say.
Right.
But the scores are pretty even by the end of it, because, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and amongst the top players of India, it's pretty much even, I think, the score.
Very
Hampi
good.
and Harika are, of course, the only 2500s who've,
Right.
in the women, so
Right.
they've, for many years, been at the top. But
of course.
But the other three boards of India, we've always had like good games and bad games against each other. And it's pretty much for all these last 10 years been just those 4 or 5 players who've been fighting for the top spots.
Very good. All right, let's see what we've got going on in the game between Levon and Mickey. Did Levon make that decision to
So he
capture
did
the
take
knight
the
on
A2 pawn,
E5?
and then he took on E5 just as we were,
Whoa,
or not. He
no.
did not take it immediately. Very
So
interesting.
I really like the immediate bishop takes E5 followed by queen F3 and just asking the knight on F6 what it was going to do.
Right.
Instead, there was this move rook F1 by Levon hitting the knight, but in this case, knight D5 was a nice little move by Mickey. He keeps his knight active. Bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop B1, queen B3, and we're up to date with the play.
Very interesting because white is a pawn down now.
Right.
And I mean, of course, white has compensation, but there's nothing direct. Alejandro, tell us, like, what is going on in this position? What are white's compensations here?
I think the biggest compensation that white has in the position involves the weakness of e5 and the weakness of the king on c8. So imagine establishing a queen all the way to e4. That would actually cause a lot of problems for the black camp. I think this is one of the ways of playing. Now, black does have his own resources. For example, there are some perpetuals involving the move knight takes c3 in certain variations that white has to at least watch out for. I'm not sure if it works here, but he has to at least be careful of these kind of things. Queen e5 doesn't work in this position. There is counterplay. But the problem is not so much that he's down a pawn, is how he's going to make progress here in this kind of positions. He's going to be able to attack e5 and he's going to combine it with threats against the king. That's where the compensation lies. How he's going to do it is not entirely clear to me. He has the option of just repeating moves. I think bishop c2, bishop e1 instead of anything else might force the draw. But I personally like queen g4 check, king b8, and then queen e4. Simply attacking e5. The only issue with this is that when the king gets a little bit safer on a7, it's not going to be easy to do anything for white. Notice that if I take on e5 ever, rook h e8 attacks e3. So the compensation is clear, but actually capitalizing on it is not so easy. Here after, for example, queen g4 checking b8, queen e4, the computers are saying this is no more than a draw. You can always just repeat bishop c2, bishop e1, and the queen doesn't really want to retreat. It's in a square where it's already attacking a lot of important pawns. The king's become a little vulnerable because the queen is in the vicinity. So the queen doesn't actually want to retreat. And Adams, I think, will be happy with the draw, not only because he's blocking against the Rodian, because he has 10 minutes left in the clock for 11 moves.
Whoa.
Yes.
Oh, that's something we have to keep our eye on. Of course, we talked at the top of the show about the 40 moves in 2 hours without increments. So that's something to keep an eye on. As Alejandro was updating you on that game, I'm turned my attention to the game between Hikaru and Wesley, and the more I'm looking at it, I'm just thinking this is just over now. I mean,
I think it's very close to
this
over.
king f8, rook e8 just basically puts the kibosh on any of white's play. The f4 pawn is so critical to holding the black's majority. Well, and again, it's 2 extra pawns. That looks toast.
No, absolutely. And we are joined by Maurice Ashley from London.
Yes, we are with Jan Ståhlberg of EQT Partners, venture capitalist firm in Sweden. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
We brought you on, first of all, because your last name is Ståhlberg, and we know Ståhlberg is a famous name in chess. And you must be a descendant of this famous grandmaster who played in Zurich 1953.
I am not at all a descendant, and you can tell that from my game.
But you are a big fan, at least. You've come here to London. You were in New York for the World Championship as well.
That is true. I was in New York, and now I'm here. And I'm here because I'm chairing the Swedish Chess Academy. So I actually have 20 colleagues. We're here. We're getting inspired, and The purpose of the Swedish Chess Academy, that has been around since '86, is raising money for elite players and for kids playing chess.
Tell us more about that. How many kids are playing in Sweden? How many kids have you supported?
It's very, very common because basically all 10-year-olds are playing in school. So it's actually thousands that we came through. We have a chess in school program that is quite successful.
Is it mandatory that they're playing?
It's not mandatory, but it's very many schools, and it's been going on for a number of years. So it's actually thousands of kids playing in that tournament on a yearly basis. So that has been very successful. So quite a lot of kids in Sweden enjoy playing chess and know how to play chess. And personally, I think it helps them in life and in business, of course, where I am in. So we try to help out with that.
We see hundreds of school kids here every single day. This morning it was a cacophony of sound as all the kids were here playing. Have you been inspired to see how great a program they're running here in London?
Absolutely, and I think UK is doing fine, and we are also getting inspired about sort of sponsorship and getting support for chess generally. And of course, this is a very professional event. We'll try to learn from that in Sweden and do a tiny improvement compared to this, but it's a pleasure seeing such a professional event to this one.
So when are we going to hear about the EQT Chess Championship on the Grand Chess Tour?
I think, I'm not sure we're going to hear about the EQT. I'm a partner of EQT and vice chairman of EQT, but it's more my personal interest than EQT interest. So it's not really EQT as a private equity company that supports
We'll take you to. You can sponsor a chess tournament.
Absolutely.
Well, we look forward to that. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Jan Stahlberg of EQT Partners. We got all kinds of fans in chess, and particularly supporting young people as they do here in London.
Thank you, Maurice.
Special guest. It's amazing to see the kind of interest that all these big businessmen and people from different spheres of life have in the game. I mean, they're not professional players, but it's almost like they've got this inexplicable passion for chess.
Well, and it's global. You hear about all of these stories from countries just all over where chess is recognized as an educational tool for development of young minds. And we're seeing whether it be encouraged as an after-school or even an in-school program where chess is being learned. And when they say hundreds of schools, I feel so good about chess and what they're doing. And also the same here in St. Louis with our outreach program. We reach about 100 schools and 2,500 kids each and every year that we're very, very proud that our coaches can go to these inner city schools and introduce the children to chess.
Yes, absolutely. Even in St. Louis, I mean, besides the tournaments and the chess club and its activities towards chess, there's a massive, with the Sigfield Foundation, there's also a lot of support with chess in schools. They have a lot of kids who they're teaching the sport, not with the idea to become professional players, but with just the idea to give that exercise to the mind so that whatever field they go into, because chess is a great tool to develop the mind.
Precisely.
Whether it's your analytical skills, your decision making, everything just helps out with it.
Absolutely. And I just want to turn for a moment to the game once again between Fabiano Caruana, as there we see on the webcam, Hikaru, who just shares his emotions on and openly on his sleeve. He's just, shaking his head.
He's such an open book, actually, Hikaru. He's not a Fabiano. I mean, he's not got that cover at all. You can completely see what's going on the board just by looking at his face.
Absolutely. No poker face whatsoever. The absolute opposite of Anatoly Karpov and very much in Garry Kasparov. Garry Kasparov was very emotive at the board, and there we see him as he's just realizing it's bust. I mean, it's over.
It's been busted a long time, but this is when it's over.
When it's recognized. I was going to go to the game between Fabi and Vichy for a moment. Don't get me wrong, I do like this move, knight h7, very much. And I was thinking to myself, if I was in black shoes, and I've been talking about the desire of shutting down this bishop on g2, I might have played a very crafty move here if I was in Vichy's shoes. The idea of my move c6, c5, well, at first blush, you would say to yourself, Yasser, what are you doing? You're blocking the view of your own bishop. But I'm doing it with a very important purpose in mind. I'm doing it to prevent a future d4. So if you'll just play along with me for a moment, after a move like b5, I now want to play the move oops, not G6, but G5. The idea is to completely shut down any lever by white of playing F4 or D4, and I'm playing to pacify this bishop on G2. And I was thinking that would be...
How is white going to break?
Exactly. I just see this as a very attractive option for Vichy. I think he played also a very good move, knight H7, but it's that shutting down of the position that you don't want to allow.
It's so committal with C5.
Yeah, but that's
right.
That's just kind of closing down that bishop on G2. I don't think Fabi would have been very happy about that move, C5. And by the way, since the move knight H7 has been played, Fabi's gone into the tank. Bring us up to date on the times of the players, if you will, Alejandro. Anybody getting into serious issues?
Well, guys, I'm still a little bit confused about how much time Fabi has, if we can get perhaps a shot of the clock to check it out, because it doesn't seem to quite add up to me. I think the players have too much time here. My screen says that he has 17 minutes still, so not a big time trouble. The position has been developing in an interesting way. After bishop c3, computers really like to take on f4, another committal type of move, as it allows the knight to come to f4. You cannot really take on g7, because after I block the bishop and queen coordination, it seems like the dark squares are just too much in black's favor. c5 instead of e takes f4 was played, but let's take a look at this real quick. Knight takes f4. The computers really wanted to just establish knight on e5 and knight on g5, a pawn on f6. They're going... Instead, he's going for this idea that you had, Yasser, of playing c5 and locking up the position just in a different way. The computers do not approve of this at all. And actually, they like white a lot after the move, perhaps a little counterintuitive, f5. And the reason that they like f5 so much is that they're able to calculate that once I bring the knight to f3 and put a bishop on e1, this pawn on h4 is actually going to be suffering quite a lot, and it's not so easy to do anything against this plan. Also, the fact that currently white controls the file on the A file, as we see that Hikaru Nakamura has resigned against Wesley. So first decisive game of the tournament cannot be a happy one for Hikaru.
For Wesley at the Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely.
Last
Put that in perspective
leg,
for us, Tanya. What does it mean?
It basically means that Wesley is probably going to run away with the second edition of the Grand Chess Tour, because the only person who could have caught up with him was Hikaru Nakamura. And going into this round with white pieces, high hopes on
for
Hikaru
to do precisely that.
to do what was required, but knight e2, what a bad move right out of the opening.
Blunder.
A blunder, and it was pretty much game over, just a matter of time. So a brilliant start for Wesley. And the thing is that Wesley just needs to finish third or above to take the Grand Chess Tour.
Gotcha.
And it's looking great for him right now.
No question about it. Pole position, a win with black to start. Alejandro, you couldn't have asked more. I mean, poor and Hikaru, birthday boy Hikaru.
Well, if you take a look at it this way, Hikaru is basically a point and a half away from what he needs to be in the lead, and it's only round one.
Yes.
So, I mean, he's definitely not doing great. There was a big blunder. It just happens to everybody, I think, that you forget your preparation, you mix up your move orders. You are sure that that was the move, and you just lose. It doesn't happen often, definitely not to these guys, but once in a while it does, and Wesley So rakes in a huge point for the standings.
Very good. And I noticed in the game between Vladimir Kramnik and Veselin Topalov, Alejandro had been speaking about this exact position after this move, queen f4. He just didn't see another move for black beside a7, a6. But the problem was that after a6, this knight was captured. After the knight was recaptured on b5, queen d3, and Alejandro is saying this move e2, e4 is massively powerful, simply smashing. And
the b5 pawn is hanging. The e4 is a big threat.
The two threats, as you were mentioning, just capturing the pawn and being a pawn up is never a bad thing. e2, e4 facing Veselin Topalov. And it seems to me, Veselin, you talked about bad positions before. Alejandro, you have a bad position, but you're trying to do something. This just looks bad, bad, bad all around. And again, we're seeing the makings of a decisive game.
I agree. We've got Maurice with the man of the hour, Wesley So.
Yes, indeed. Grandmaster Wesley So, the leader of the Grand Chess Tour, getting off to a scintillating start with a win with the black pieces against his main rival. Wesley, things could not have gone better today, but you must have been shocked to see him play this move and offer you knight takes e4 so early in the game.
Yeah, I was surprised when he played knight e2. He played it relatively quickly. I thought it was still part of his preparation. But obviously black is just fine, at least not worse after the queen exchange.
Were you surprised when you saw knight land on e2? You took a while before you took on e4. I know in blitz you would have just taken on e4 immediately, but you took quite some time before you took.
Yeah, I have to make sure that there are no surprises. After all, I'm hanging a queen. But at the same time, I have good alternatives, like after knight e2, h6 is also fine for black. But of course, knight takes e4 is just better. Well, I didn't know how much better I really was. All I knew is I didn't have any problems. And I managed to pose him some problems because he's undeveloped in the king side.
With this kind of blunder, has that happened to you before? You prepare something very deeply, and then you make a move that's just, this is way below Nakamura's class.
I suppose, anyone can blunder.
Yeah, but it had happened to you.
It happened to me.
Oh, it has?
In our King's Indian game last year.
Oh, yes.
If you remember, he mated me in the King's Indian. But the point is that in that game, I exchanged pawns on d6 right away when I shouldn't have, so I also mix up the move order all the time. In fact, that's one of the chess players' main worry. They think that they're part of their preparation, but actually they're just blundering a pawn.
Wow, even at this level, pretty incredible. Well, the result is, everything you could have asked for. How important is it for you? I know it's only round one, but still to win the Grand Chess Tour.
Well, to win the first game of the Grand Chess Tour.
Well, overall, I know that winning the first game, yes, but it's going to be very difficult for anyone to catch you now, having put Hikaru at least a little bit behind you. He's going to have to go up to a scintillating, he's going to have to really pick it up if he's going to try to catch you now.
Yeah, he's going to have to start winning quite a lot of games. But so of course, this round one is really important for me overall, the Grand Chess Tour, but there are 8 more games to go, so anything can happen. But at the same time, this is, of course, really, really important. It's a huge victory, and I haven't won with black against such a strong player for a long time.
Wow. I will add as well, you've never crossed 2,800 from my knowledge. You're now at 2798.8 in the live standings. How important is it for you to rise to the 2,800 club?
Yeah, it would be a milestone. It would take the pressure off me that finally I have achieved the 2,800 level. From all I know, there are less than 15 people in the world who have done that in the whole history of chess. So it'll be a milestone for me, but at the same time, I haven't achieved it yet. Hopefully, my opponents will be kind enough to give. But yeah, definitely.
We don't expect we don't expect too many more gifts like this. On his birthday, no less. That wasn't really nice of you to beat him on his birthday like this.
Oh, it's his birthday?
It is.
Yeah. A good thing I didn't know before.
Well, it seems the present went the other way today, and we wish you the best of luck, and hopefully a few more gifts as the tournament continues.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your victory.
Yeah, I'd like to play somebody else who has a birthday.
Wesley So, the leader of the Grand Chess Tour, and at the moment the leader of the London Chess Classic after round one, still playing in amazing style. He should be quite happy today. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
And Wesley's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
Well, we've got an update from Alejandro. Let's go straight to him.
Guys, we have a huge blunder in the game between Levon Aronian and Michael Adams. The maneuver Queen G4, Queen E4 was seen, and instead of playing the move King A7, we saw the move Knight B6. A very interesting idea, sacrificing both the E5 and C5 pawns in order to create some kind of counterplay. All right, Queen takes E5 check was played, but here Michael had to play the move King A7. That was absolutely mandatory. Instead, he put the king on A8, and he must have expected Levon to simply take on C5, which allows moves like Knight C4 and others. But okay, even that would be a complicated position. But after Rook takes D8, Rook takes D8, he must have forgotten that both Queen C7 and the move played in the game Queen F6 actually pick up the knight because they're both under attack. Knight B6, Rook D8. Pretty elementary tactic, actually, for Michael to miss it. But Queen F6 is on the board, and I expect resignation pretty much soon. Knight C4 is the only kind of hope. Check, king a7, but here you can not really worry about your king too much. The queen retreats to d3, queen takes b2, king d1, and I can always play bishop b1 to hold the fort, not real threats. King goes to e2 in the next move, and it's simply an extra rook. After queen f6, the game is pretty much over.
Oh my God.
Wow. Wow. Okay, that's really shocking because Mickey Adams does not miss such elementary
And I see the
things.
clock. He's down to 3 minutes.
Oh my goodness, that was a
With
really...
no increment, but it's pretty much, the position's pretty much over already. I mean, queen f6 to miss that after such an incredible middle game play.
Wow, you know, going into this event, when you see how just incredibly strong field this is, your number one fear is that you're going to see a lot of draws. And this hasn't been the case. This first round has really started with a bang. Already Wesley has won. The reality is it looks like Vladimir as well, and there just goes a rook.
Just defending that knight, and
it's
this
a
was
force.
such a blunder. Unbelievable, Yasser.
Big mistakes,
And
enormous mistakes.
While
Alejandro.
Aronian is thinking of how to put the finishing touch there, it is Kramnik, and he's found it actually, queen d3.
Immediately.
Yes.
It's done. There is just no attack for black on this position. You're just down a rook.
No, I think we're going to see a resignation very soon from
And there's another position in which we can expect a resignation pretty much at any moment, and I think that Topalov has stopped the clock. I can see him on the other camera.
Right.
They don't shake hands as usual, but they do have to sign the score sheets. It's done. Topalov has been killed by this final move, knight g5, that simply devastates his position in every pin possible. Is on the board. Kramnik very smoothly blowing Topalov off the board. Knight g5 here is the killer move. Unavoidable. Knight takes c6 on the next move. Pins everywhere. Pawn on b5 is hanging. c7 is a huge threat. Nothing to play for. Topalov is completely lost. Resigned. And we have probably another decisive game on our hands here, as I expect that Mickey will not survive even the time pressure. He's just down a rook. Topalov has resigned, and Hikaru resigned not too long ago either.
Wow. Well, we talk about vintage Vladimir Kramnik. These positions,
Yes,
where after queen a3.
Are really his positions. He loves them.
And he made it
he's
look...
a master at it.
Yeah, he made it look easy, but I must say Veselin's e7, e6 move was just egregious.
Absolutely.
A lot of bad moves to start this tournament. I don't know if it's nerves of the players or something's going on, because these guys don't make these kinds of mistakes.
But I have to say, Yasser, you know, in that game with the queen on a3 and threats of c6, from the very beginning you started to get it. You started to get a feel, yes, that Kramnik was feeling on top of things.
Yes.
And Veselin was sort of on the back foot, and like we've spoken about this before, that he just doesn't feel comfortable in these kind of positions. You know, he's attacking and aggressive.
Passive defense is not his forte.
That's not his thing.
Not at all.
But it's been an incredible round one. I mean, we have got decisive results, and anomaly at this level of chess, the first round, especially players that are a lot more cautious.
Right. You just kind of ease your way in the event. You
Into
kind of
the
think,
event when so much is
couple
at
of
stake.
draws. Yep.
But here they've just gone all guns blazing.
Yeah, it's really amazing, absolutely. And I'm going now again to the game of Fabiano. Let me just update my board, because even though visually, or maybe the engines are saying that Fabiano's fine, visually it looks really good for white. I'm just thinking, you know, I love these knights on great squares. This knight on c5 is just, you know, well, I'm not going to say a tyrant, but I like that. Okay, something went wrong. I didn't think that white was going to get in both f4 and d4 in. But let's go to Maurice with Vladimir Kramnik in London.
Yes, we have Big Vlad in the house. Vladimir Kramnik, after a dominating victory today against Vasilin Topalov. Vladimir, you had a nice opening setup. You must have been very pleased right around here in the position. Tell us, what were your thoughts as this game was, this moment in the game?
Well, I was actually just wondering why did Veselin play this line, because it just seemed to be better for white, simply much better, and I was very happy with my position. So, I mean, it's really strange that he played this line, which is, okay, without much knowledge. Actually, after c3, knight b5, there are better moves than c takes b2. So I got a better position. I don't know if I was playing the best moves, but it seems that I always had an advantage. I don't know, maybe he could have defended better, obviously.
I know there's been a history between the two of you. You played a world championship match that was a bit contentious. Do you take any special pleasure in beating Vasilin, or he's just another opponent?
No, just an opponent. I mean, it's good to win with white, especially quite smoothly, but no, I don't care whom to play. I mean, it's never personal for me, a chess game.
The importance of this tournament, you had great success here in London. You won a world championship title here in London. How important is it for you to win this tournament itself, the London Chess Classic?
Well, it's always important. I mean, it's always very nice to win such a strong tournament. I mean, it's the strongest tournament of the year, which I'm playing, and of course, well, I'm very eager to do well, but okay, still there are many games to come, but of course it's probably the most important, or one of 2-3 most important tournaments of the year, for sure.
I know you were quite intent on your game. Did you get a chance to see the hiccup that happened in the Nakamura game? Wesley So beat him so easily after the blunder on knight e2.
Yeah, I don't know, was it a blunder or sacrifice?
Blunder, yes.
It was, yeah, because I didn't quite understand. I mean, we just started the opening, and then Hikaru is already much worse, so I didn't really understand what happened. But yes, I mean, in any case, it doesn't look like a very prosperous line for white, but okay, yeah, to get bad position after 12 moves with white is not something I would like to repeat, you know.
Has this happened to you before? Because apparently he just mixed up his preparation. How often does this happen to you? You just look...
It's happening all the time with me, but I mean, I think with many players, but I'm trying to be a bit more cautious. If I feel that I do not remember exactly, and this is happens in most of the cases, then I'm trying to take my time and just to be more careful.
I see. Well, last question. You're tied for first. Does that mean anything after round one?
Nothing.
Not at all. That's what
I mean, it just means that it's better than to tie for last, yeah. But I mean, of course, it's always nice to start a tournament with a victory. That's for sure. I mean, so okay, you get some nice feelings, and okay, looking forward for tomorrow's game.
And we will look forward to your fine play. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Vladimir Kramnik after winning round one.
Just a quick, Tanya, just a quick question for you. Why did they call Big Vlad?
Well, this is the beginning. This is the non-handshake at the end, and we also had that at the start. So slightly hard to believe that it doesn't mean more than just a win for Vladimir when he says that.
Exactly. The non-handshake again, big history between
They
these
haven't shaken hands since
World
2006.
Exactly. And again, sorry, Tanya, a
Yes.
quick question. Why do they call him Big Vlad? What
Was
do you think? I mean, was Maurice standing in a hole there for a moment? I mean,
It was quite obvious. Yes, just at 6'5", I think we can call him big.
okay, I'm sure Alejandro will agree. Alejandro, your thoughts?
I think 5'7" is a perfectly good height.
5'7" is a perfectly good number. Gotcha.
And we have a result, actually, as Levon Aronian has defeated Michael Adams. Obviously, there was no attack there. And the game has finished. Definitely disappointing, as Michael Adams started playing a very nice strategical game. But he's just dropped the ball, basically. At some point, he started conceding certain strategical elements. The position became very complicated, and he just blundered horribly in a position that still could have gone either way. He sacrificed 2 pawns, and I guess he was just focused on the fact that c5 was hanging, didn't see the fact that his knight and rook can be forked. A pretty elementary mistake here by the top British player.
Very disappointing. I mean, you look at him and you can feel the pain, because he
Absolutely.
really did have a very, very good game.
And again, when you think about what Mickey does in his career, one of the things I always admire about his class is his ability to reduce his mistakes to a bare minimum. And normally speaking, his mistakes are of the variety where he blunders a pawn or a square, or something minimal. This was just maximum.
This was a massive blunder. And we've got Maurice Ashley in London with Topalov.
But we've got another guest.
We are with Vasilin Topalov, who has graciously agreed to the interview. Vasilin, a tough day today. What went wrong in the line?
Actually, the thing is,
what I did was, I think it's not a very popular move, but it's okay. I mean,
what is not a popular move?
To play the c5 at the opening, I think.
Let's go back. Actually, I'll jump back a little faster.
But of course, I think immediately after that, I think I made some mistakes, and white is probably a bit better. I don't remember what was my improvement, because this was already played.
This position?
Yeah, of course, there are many games. So it's, I mean, taking is critical, and that was, I know black is okay, but of course I couldn't remember. And I think...
Seems like a disease going around this place. People forgetting their opening preparation.
So, no, I think this should be fine, but probably here I could probably take, and there were some moves, but honestly I don't remember simply. Maybe taken c2, I don't remember. But this should be still okay somehow.
Here's Vladimir seemed to think that c takes pawn b2 was not the best way to play, that there were better ways to play.
Well, in a way, I think black is still solid. Well, I don't know if this is good. It all looks normal.
Queen b3, I'll speed it up for you.
But then, I think it's...
Right around here, this position looked very difficult.
I'm not sure. I mean, I was thinking about the move like this one. It looks quite strange to place... and it was very funny if white goes like this, for example, here, and now then... This is...
We're back to the position again.
Exactly, yeah. But probably white has some improvements. But I think what I did was okay. Like rook...
You played rook e8 here?
Rook e8, and now c6. Of course, if I take, I don't think it's much for white. Something like this. And now it's not possible to take, because then I also take the bishop on... I couldn't see a big deal, but probably white goes like this, and some slight pressure. But of course, I was more ambitious with...
you were ambitious in this position?
Knight b6, I thought that c7 was not so...
Did you actually feel that you were doing well here?
I thought I was okay, but of course here, well, two bishops and the pawn is... Okay, of course it's a very dangerous pawn, but also... it could be weak. So b6, I guess, is correct. And here I just made a big mistake. Of course, I should go like this. And
Queen b7.
So probably knight jumps.
It's fighting with us. It doesn't want to see that variation. Looks like we're having some trouble.
And that was my initial idea, of course. But then I thought... that why should I waste tempi when I could, I mean, because if queen moves to b7, then I guess knight jumps to e1. The idea is to, change the bishops.
So you switched thoughts here. You didn't play that move.
Yeah, but then exactly, yeah. So taking was okay. Well, I don't know, maybe also...
Here you played e6, which weakened this square.
I think this is just a terrible move, because there was something really very simple which I missed, that here, for example...
This is the arrow?
Yeah, after knight, it's basically over. I mean, I was thinking I'm just in time to kick the queen and then also the bishop, the knight on b5, but it just clearly white starts to attack.
So what I'm hearing from you, which I'm a little bit surprised at, is it doesn't sound like you feel like the fog is clear from your style, from your brain yet. Like you're missing these moves.
Oh yeah, well, it is true. Yeah, it was not my best game. I think it was quite interesting idea if I play. I mean, here the move queen b7.
Well, we're getting into some critical time situation with the other games right now. So I just want to ask a couple of questions. No, stay where you are still. The game, what happened? Game one is over. How do you get yourself back in the rhythm so you can play the rest of the games after losing? Of course, you did lose with the black pieces, so maybe not so bad. But how do you get yourself back the energy to continue to try to fight for the tournament victory?
I believe it's. In general, it's very good just to forget, no matter what you do. I mean, you have to, even if you win, I think it's good to forget. immediately. And only after the tournament you should make some kind of verdict, or to analyze the games. I don't think it's good to think about the game immediately after, if you have another one. I mean, it's just forget.
Gotcha.
But again, it's no matter if you make a draw or lose or win. It's, for me, it's better.
Wise words, please. Vesel and Topolov, we wish you the best in the rest of your games. And back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice.
Very good advice from Veselin. Whether you win or you lose, you kind of just move on and get on with the tournament. But yes,
very hard to do.
Very hard to do, but
very
you've
practical.
got to try.
Yeah.
Yes. I have to say that, it's kind of harder to explain a move like e6 from someone of that level than it is to explain a blunder like Mickey or Hikaru made, because a blunder is a blunder.
Yeah. Well, in this particular case, too, I was just listening to Veselin talking about this pawn on c7 as being a liability and this and this. I think it was just a total misjudgment of the position. I mean, that position is simply very nice for white. Maybe black can defend through some tactical means and things like that, but that pawn on c7 is just huge.
What's also getting really tactical is the position between
Exactly.
Fabiano and Vichy.
I mean, talk about it's a day of two bishops versus two knights. But this looks like a huge two bishops advantage to me. Alejandro, I don't like what Vichy, has done.
No, I don't like it either. I don't see why he needed to open up the position here after rook a8. I didn't really like it. I thought he might want to try to keep the position close. Everything started here with c5, b takes c5. This is actually an annoying decision for black. I didn't like the move c5 at all, and I think that Caruana proved why it was so dubious. Here, if you take with this pawn, you leave this one backwards and e5 undefended. So that's a little awkward, but if you take with a knight, you're always going to be running into d4 at some point. This is exactly what happened in the game. After queen b1, rook a8, d4 was finally played, and after takes, suddenly this buried bishop on g2 is getting some life. The knight coming to f5 is a huge threat, so you absolutely have to eliminate it. That gives white the pair of bishops against a pair of knights. Rook c8. I'm not entirely sure why Fabiano didn't play e5 immediately. I suspect that he's really low on time, lower than my board says, because I don't think this time situation that the board is giving me makes any sense, considering how long we've been playing. Bishop a1 was what he played. Knight f6, e5 takes, and bishop takes e5 is, we have a couple more moves. Knight fd7 and bishop c3. So this is the current position, and the bishops are huge. However, because white delayed this move e5, he's dropped a lot of his advantage. Here the move queen e2, which I don't think he has played yet, but queen e2, for example, starts emphasizing on the problem that white has in the position. It's that he's a little overextended. His pawn chain is not easily protected because his king is a little bit airy, and here this pawn on c4 is in some problems. We hear that Fabiano Caruana has 2.5 minutes to Vichy Anand's 9.5. And after bishop d5, for example, then the knight starts coming in, and you can see that there is some immediate counterplay that black has to do in this position to keep afloat. If he just plays passively, then of course the bishops are going to run him over. But I think Anand has just enough in this position to hold on.
Very good. And Alejandro, just on that moment, when I see that move knight f6 d7, I'm a little bit surprised by the move bishop c3. I think a lot of grandmasters, a lot of club players would play the move bishop a1 in order to set up a potential checkmate battery with queen b2 and queen takes g7. Why was bishop a1 not favored? Was there a particular reason?
Probably because he has 3 minutes on the clock. But actually, bishop c3 is a dubious move because in many variations, the bishop is going to be targeted. The correct position for the bishop was actually on d4, which is where I personally would have played it, simply because the knight on c5 will be attacked in certain variations, and because now I have the option of dropping back to another diagonal if I need to. The bishop on d4 is covering this, which I think is quite important. Also, after queen e2, now I have the possibility of playing bishop d5. And notice that when the knight comes to d3, this bishop is no longer is actually defending this, so the knight is no longer coming to f2. This is going to make quite a difference in the game, basically by playing bishop c3 and by not playing e5 in one go, which he could have done earlier in the game a couple of moves ago. He's relinquished his advantage. He's let Vichy develop a little bit of an initiative.
And again, the time differential is
about
significant,
2 minutes
right?
for Fabiano and still 5 moves to make, and this is the kind of position where it's quite tricky because the because the knights are really jumping, and we've gotten an update that he's just down to 1.5 minutes.
We've
Tough
seen this
position to
with
play.
Fabiano before. I remember a Sinkfeld Cup where he was literally down to a second. It was a Magnus Carlsen. Remember that? That was, we were on the edge of our seats. So Fabi does have a history of really getting low on the clock.
Time. And this is, I mean, let's not forget, no 30-second increment here. So
Yes.
this is, and the position's really tricky. And we know Vishy loves his knight.
Right.
They're going to be jumping around. So it's, the two bishops look really strong.
Right.
But the position is full of tactics here.
Right, and I just wanted to say here at this moment, I agree that Bishop D4 was superior to Bishop C3. The reason I like Bishop A1 is because if we get a move, for example, like Queen E3, I really like the idea of Queen B2 and, you know, trying to establish checkmating patterns. And I have Queen F2 as a safety valve if I need to resolve a queen trade. But Bishop C3 was the choice, and do we have an update after this move, Bishop
Yes,
C3?
Queen E3 and Bishop A1.
Queen E3 and then Bishop. So we're seeing stutter steps by
Delaying E5, and now Bishop C3, Bishop A1.
Yeah. It's strange. Well, time travel can do that.
Strange things to you, and that's
There
an
you
update.
go.
1:26 to Vishy's almost 7 minutes.
Right. You can almost hear the palpitations of Lawrence Trent, his manager, as he sees him.
And we've got Mickey with Maurice.
Yes, we are with UK's #1, Michael Adams, who didn't lose a single game last year, but unfortunately has started off with a loss. Mickey, this game, it looked like you had it really completely under control. What went wrong here?
Yeah, I just blundered several tactical things during the game, really. Obviously, my opening was quite pleasant, but no, I just played really horribly. I actually missed Queen D4, which is kind of ridiculous, thinking for 20 minutes or so. And clearly, I think near the end, I didn't really need to lose, but I was just missing Queen C7, Queen F6, just every Queen fork I basically allowed.
What causes something like that? I mean, you've been playing really wonderfully this year. You won the British Championship in style. What happens when the machinery is not quite there?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, we discussed it after the game, and we were all looking at the same lines. But if you just miss tactics, then it's a big problem. Because,
Were you in any time pressure?
No, not for the first one, really. I mean, it wasn't. You know, I had over an hour on the clock. It wasn't panic stations regarding the time. Okay, at the end, clearly I was a bit affected by the time, but again, it was a variation. I was calculating for quite a long time, actually, and just massive hole in it.
So tell me, now that I asked Vasil and Topolov the same question, when something happens in round one, how does a professional recover to play the rest of the games?
Well, I don't know. We'll see. No, I don't know. I mean, you know, tomorrow's another day. Hopefully, fewer oversights tomorrow.
Hopefully so. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Grandmaster Michael Adams, after a tough day at the office. Guys?
And sometimes it's that simple. An oversight is an oversight is an
Yes.
oversight, and that's nothing else you can say to it. Coming to our the game that's got our attention, Alejandro, 1 minute to 5 minutes.
A real-time scramble.
Bring us up to date. What's going on?
Well, we have the following position on the board. After the move B6, the queens have been traded, and it seems like Fabiano Caruana is out of any real danger with the queens off the board, which means he can maybe try to exploit his pair of bishops. It's not going to be an easy task, though. He's going to make time control very, very soon. He's only one move away, so he doesn't really have to worry about time anymore. And I expect the move Bishop D4 is the best in order to create some pressure. Then the problem with the bishops right here is that they don't have that many targets. A lot of the pawns have disappeared. And we were talking earlier about how knights need anchor squares, and they have plenty in this position, which is why the knights can fight relatively successfully against the bishops right now. For example, the knight can go to E4, attacking the position on G3. The knight is already cemented on C5. So it's not going to be easy for white to make progress. I see that he's played the move bishop d4 as his 40th. It is the best move. And the idea is that he wants to capture this pawn here on h4. So for example, after rook d3, bishop f2, I assume is the idea. But then after knight fe4, things are still not so easy. Bishop takes h4, the knight comes to d2, and you can see that white is having some problems with his activity while the knights are pretty much rummaging around the position. So this could get a little bit double-edged if white allows it. On the other hand, bishops are bishops.
All right.
Bishops are bishops, but in this position, I have to say that the knights have a lot of activity going on, and I think black is doing fine here, Yasser.
I'm not sure. I still like the bishop. And I like the position where you get that imbalance because this pawn on h4 is so absolutely meaningful, by the way.
Yes.
I mean, the idea that black could anchor a knight on g3 would scare the bejesus out of me. I would play this bishop d4, bishop f2.
Which is what he did. He played bishop d4 instantly.
Trade that c4 pawn
for the h4
pawn. And I've got to feel that in that, oh, hold on, pardon me, it was rook d3, in the line that Alejandro was showing, that sure, I mean, black is in there with a shout, no question about it, but I'm thinking that given a choice, give me white. I mean, just, first of all, my king is actually quite safe, and that could actually be very meaningful. I could put my king on h2, the rook goes to e8 check, and your king
Black is
on
dreaming
h7.
of exchanging the rooks here, right?
Without question.
If I'm able to exchange the rooks, I'm more than fine with black.
With 3 versus 2 on one side, the likelihood is the bishops are not going to overwhelm the knight.
Right, but there are rooks on the board right now. So
and that's huge. And so I would much prefer Fabi's position. I think his decision to trade queens was excellent. And, well, Vichy's fighting for the draw.
No, generally when your king is under fire and with 2 knights and you're low on time, it makes so much sense to try to look for all possibilities to trade the queen off because at least you're not going to get mated anytime
That's
soon.
very, very, very important in chess. Do not get checkmated. So, okay, having said that, you know, the material is very reduced, and it's even material, 3 versus 3 pawns, 2 knights versus 2 bishops. Again, I think it's easier to play white.
They're out of the first time control.
Yeah, there's no guarantees that it's going to be enough. And, wow, is that it? That's the one game remaining? That's the only
game that's left,
wow,
yes.
so a lot of blood in this round, and we'll have to take a look at the results of it. We've got 3 decisive results out of the 5 thus far.
That's right.
Wow.
Let's take a look at what has gone down on day 1. So we've got Wesley So, who won. I wouldn't even call it brilliant. I mean, Wesley was gifted the point by Hikaru Nakamura.
With the black pieces, a huge result.
A huge result for Wesley. He could not have asked for a better start. Vladimir Kramnik also in his big grudge match against Veselin Topolov won a very convincing game with some bad moves on Veselin's side, which weakened his positions even more. But I think Vladimir really, really showed why he loves the kind of positions that he got today and why he's such a master at them. Levon Aronian definitely got lucky in today's game. I mean, I thought Mickey played such a great opening and middle game. He solved his problems in such a creative way. And
Bishop
then
E3.
Bishop E3, I loved it. I mean, you would not make that move, but it had such a strong strategic idea, and it was all going well until the very last moment where he blundered a piece on a fork.
Right, and the most promising game, or what was going to be the most interesting game of the round between MBL and Anish Giri,
ended super quickly with a very peaceful end to a position that seemed like it could blow up any second.
Exactly.
And we've got our last game still on, Fabiano Caruana versus Vichy Anand. An interesting end game. I think it's going to go on for a while.
Well, let's first of all check in with Alejandro. Have the players reached time control, first of all, Alejandro?
Well, you can tell by Fabi's calm composure there that definitely they have reached time control. It's past move 40. Here we have the position after rook d3. Really, realistically, any chance of winning involves capturing the pawn on h4. Anything else doesn't make sense. You cannot really take on f6 because after g takes f6, this bishop doesn't coordinate very well with the rook. The knight on c5 is just a little bit too powerful. So definitely bishop f2 is the only way of playing for an advantage. And here, black has to eliminate c4 somehow. Either he plays knight e4, knight d2, knight takes c4, or he just plays rook c3, bishop takes h4, rook takes c4. I suspect that black's activity, coupled with the fact that he has a passed b pawn and there's not that many pawns left, should give him more than enough chances to draw. But I agree that I would rather take white any day in this position.
In a practical game, yeah.
Right,
And
well,
you too, Dahlia.
Honestly, like I said, that I do like the knights. Just
You're
like
a
I'm a
Vichy
bit of a
Anon supporter. That's
maybe
what
that
it
has
is.
something to do with it.
Okay.
But no, I get it. I mean, double bishops. White has absolutely no danger as well. But I would like to believe that black has his
trumps
cards.
as well.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So we're going to see how this game turns out. What's also really interesting, Yasser, is that during the London Chess Classic, we've got this big elite event. But we have so much chess going on around it. It's a festival. It's a celebration
Absolutely.
of chess.
Right. With open tournaments, we've got a UK knockout,
A British
rapid
knockout,
championship, and all of those kids are playing simols and their own little scholastics tournament. It's a real
carnival.
Yes.
No, absolutely. So I have played in the FIDE Open many times. It's one of my favorite events of the year. And in fact, if any of you find yourself in London over the next 10 days, definitely go to the Kensington Olympia. It's super well organized. Simply the classic, you see it, the players are just sitting. There's no division between the audience and the players, and that's always really nice to see them so up close.
Right.
And there's so much energy.
It's a chess fan's dream, isn't it?
Absolutely. And well, we are going to go on a short break. We'll be right back with all the action from the Vachier-Lagrave game.
Well, that was one of our shortest breaks.
One of our shortest breaks ever. So we do have a result. In fact, the players did agree for a draw.
A very
I was
surprising.
honestly expecting them to play for a bit more.
Oh,
yes,
definitely,
this
me
position is
too.
not over.
No, definitely something for white, and okay, I mean, Vichy still has to defend it, but guess what? These are two of the highest rated players in the world. They both shared the same opinion that the game was going to be a draw.
Yes.
And you can see them at the board now just discussing missed opportunities. There you have it.
Very interesting game.
So after this, we have 3 tournament leaders.
We do.
And 4 players with a half a
With
point
half.
following the 3 tournament leaders. And of course, we'll get
Maurice
Maurice.
Ashley with the players themselves,
Exactly.
yes, to explain what really happened, because it was a position full of opportunity when he went d4 and f4. yeah, somewhere something was missed, and we're going to find out what it was.
Well, it's going to be a very short round, isn't it? I mean, surprising for us. We kind of like strapped ourselves in, expecting 5-6 hour games.
But
And guess what? Over in the
exciting
first
round one, yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
three
three
wins.
decisive results and very, very impressive play.
Well,
Two
and-
extremely lucky wins.
Yes.
But still, I mean, Vladimir's game was quite instructive, I
And
thought, and
quite
Nikki
deserving.
got
Yes.
very deserving, and this game as well. I mean, I thought it was quite an exciting match till the very end when everything got. But you know, that's what happens when both sides play good chess.
Well, of course, and you know,
It's only a fair result.
Well, we got spoiled. I remember in the original Sinquefield, well, not the original because that was only a quadrangular, but in the Sinquefield Cup where Caruana scored so incredibly impressively, we got spoiled by the decisive results. And there's the final position, of course, of the
And
game.
this
where they
reminds
do-
me, yeah,
But
sorry.
we've seen some Sinquefield Cups where you have like 70% draw.
Yeah.
And this is really, wow,
And
bam.
This reminds me of something that Gary said about how one of the reasons why Wishy is still such a force to reckon with, and he's still at the very, very top, is because he's not often trying to find the best moves. He's playing 40 good quality moves.
Exactly.
If his opponent is also playing 40 good quality moves, it will be a draw.
Exactly.
But if not, he'll pounce on it.
Absolutely, in Smysov style. And Alejandro, as we were getting ready for London, calling your take on the Alton. And we've got him in London.
And we have one of the leaders of the London Chess Classic with us, Levon Aronian, who wasn't too proud of his game. It looked like he didn't want to get interviewed on camera. Levon, a win is a win is a win.
Yeah, but I was slightly worse. I don't think I really deserved a win. I mean, it was just...
You want to give it back?
No. It was just a one-move blunder. for
This
my
game,
team.
this round has been very strange. I mean, this game, it didn't look like you had any chances. Then that other game between Nakamura and Wesley So, I mean, that just looked incredible, the mistake that he made.
Yeah, I guess it happens in the first round. I mean, I generally play badly on the first day of any tournament, so this feeling is very familiar to me.
Even with the white pieces?
It doesn't matter.
So what do you do to get warmed up? Just play a game and then keep it going?
I don't know. I kind of hope that one day I will lose that jinx of the first round, but I know that Tal, for example, had the same problem, so I'm not so optimistic.
As far as now, though, you are tied for first place. You've got games to play. What is your feeling going forward in the tournament?
Well, the most dangerous round is finished, so I look forward to winning more games.
There you go. Well, we look forward to seeing your fine play come back, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Levon Aronian, one of the co-leaders in the London Chess Classic.
Thanks, Lava. Very interesting point about how first games are so nerve-wracking for players at all levels in all tournaments because you're still kind of getting into the zone of playing.
Absolutely.
You know, nerves play a big role and you're kind of a little more cautious. So a lot of times in most tournaments, the biggest upsets always happen in round one.
Round one. And, well, it's interesting, the idea of a jinx. And I recall that about Michael Tal, that he had the slow start. And let's just take a look at where we stand after this first round of the London Classic.
So these are our standings, and we've got 3 leaders, 3 wins today by Wesley, Vladimir, and Levon. They're on 1. Then we had 2 draws. So Vachier, Anish, Fabiano, and Vishayanand all are on half, and Hikaru Veselin and Michael Adams at 0. Not such a great start at all, but still, like they've all said over and over again, it's a long tournament to go. It has just started.
Yes, and what a bang. I mean, that's, and our tomorrow's games matchup.
These are the matchups for round 2. So Vladimir Kramnik is going to be up against Levon Aronian. Both of them won today, so had a good start today. They'll be up against each other. Veselin plays Fabiano. Veselin was struggling today, finding moves that were rather dubious. So hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. And Vishayanand against Maxim. Anish Giri with Hikaru Nakamura. Now, Hikaru Nakamura had a terrible start. The opening with knight e2 kind of just gifted the point to his opponents. So it's going to be interesting to see what he brings to the board as well. And Wesley So, our big Grand Chess Tour leader, is going to be up against Mickey Adams, who actually played a really, really good game, but blundered.
To a point.
Right, yes, to a point. Blundered right at the end. So those are our big matchups for tomorrow.
And there you have Wesley So on the verge of crossing that 2,800 barrier.
Wow.
You mentioned that 15 people only in the history
In the
of
history
the
of
world
chess.
have crossed that, and he'd like to be one of them. I just point out, I think it was last year that we had 5 people for the first time in the history at 2,800. Now we're 4. Wesley does it, we'll have 5. So it's almost like peak record performances amongst the world's elite at 2,800.
No, definitely. And I mean, the way he's been playing this entire year and jumping to world number 5, I think he's going to definitely cross the 2,800 barrier pretty soon. Won't be surprised if it happens in this tournament itself. And we'd like to remind you that tomorrow the games begin 2 hours earlier. So
Thanks for that.
yes, we start at 2 p.m. London time. And we've got Maurice Ashley in London with Fabiano Caruana.
With the world number 2 player in the world, the U.S. champion, reigning Olympic champion, Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, it's been a good year for you so far, needless to say. How'd you feel about today's game?
I thought I had pretty significant winning chances near the time control. He played rook A, which I think was just a blunder, and after d4 I have a very big advantage. And then I made, I think, a few moves in a row which were not good, starting with bishop a1. I think e5 was probably a lot better for me. And yeah, then I lost control. The queen came to d3. I started to get worried about knights coming to e4. I traded queens and it turned into nothing.
Today, Levon said the first round sometimes has some jitters and people have to get warm. Do you feel the same thing happens to you in first rounds of tournaments?
It's always different. It really, I think if you have a long break, it takes a bit of time to get back into the groove of things. I did play recently, though. I played 2 games in the Bundesliga, so I do feel like I'm relatively fresh.
You seem a bit disappointed in today's result.
I mean, the result is normal, but the position I had seemed very promising at some point.
Fellow Americans, Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura played today. You were at the board when this move, knight e4, knight takes on e4 happened. Your face didn't give away anything, but what were you thinking when you saw Hikaru play such a move? Knight e2, when he played knight e2.
He played knight e2 quickly, so I assumed it was some sort of preparation, and after knight e4 his position looks very bad. So I don't know if he mixed something up or...
Well, he did mix something up, yes.
And after that, I mean, he can take the exchange, but then black has a huge advantage, and what he did was no better.
So are you surprised by this happening? We asked the other players about mixing up preparation, because he clearly just mixed up his moves in his preparation. Has this happened to you before?
Yeah, it's happened, but never to the extent that my position is immediately losing or immediately very bad. No, actually, there have been some cases. I mean, it's the first round. Maybe he wasn't seeing the position correctly. I'm not sure. Something strange happened. Normally, he would think, and he wouldn't play knight e2. He would at least try to calculate knight e4. But these things happen.
It was his birthday as well. We talk about the birthday curse. Has anything really terrible happened to you playing chess on your birthday?
I remember one game against Nadic where I was defending for like 7 hours, but I managed to draw that game. So I don't remember losing on my birthday.
Well, not so bad. Well, when is your birthday, by the way?
July 30th.
July 30th. Okay. I won't get you a present. I'm not asking.
It's all right. I expect one.
Well, all right. Well, congratulations on today's result,
Thanks.
and wish you the best in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
U.S. champ and Olympic champ Fabiano Caruana after a eventful draw today.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Fabi. I'm just listening to what Fabi was saying. He felt that just at this moment after this move, rook e8, that he considered this a blunder, called it a blunder, and that after d4 he had significant chances right here. And then he came up with this very perplexing move, bishop a1, when the move e4, e5, which he also mentioned had, you know, everything obvious about it because you're opening up this bishop on g2 so it can go to d5. You're stopping knight f6. And I just wanted to turn it over to Alejandro to say, oh,
before that, let's go back to London because we've got Maurice with Vichy.
We are with the 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand after a very interesting game today. Were you worried at any point, Vishy, that you may have been losing the game?
I didn't get as far as that, but of course Rook A8 was my senior moment. I mean, I went Rook A8, he went D4, and I realized that I'd released the pressure on E4. And for a minute I went mad, but then luckily I saw that I can still play Rook C8. I can also play Knight F8, by the way, because
let's get to that moment in the game. Let's see, we're back right here, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I should never allow this in this form. Somehow I was he was taking so much time to get Rook F3 that I tried to improve my position, forgetting that he doesn't need to play Rook F3 anymore. I mean, it's horrible to have to take, but
you went too far. Okay, we're back.
Yes, and I think as it turned out, this was. I mean, I could play Knight F8 as well here. Bishop C5, D5, E5, and get my knight to D4, and I'll always have some counterplay. Rook A3 attacking the H3 pawn. But somehow I went Rook C8, and now he came up with what seemed like a clever move, but in fact it gives me a tempo, and I can play knight of D7. He could play D5 right away. My knight is on H7, and it's just a better version. Whether that's lost, I don't know, but clearly I'm struggling here.
You seem to, like you said, you seem to have an okay position. Topalov mentioned that he does poorly in round one, like he's getting himself started, getting going. Do you have any difficulty playing in round one, like starting a tournament off?
I've had difficulties in just about every round there is. No, frankly, I mean, you think round one is a problem, and then, I mean, over my career, I've had the third rounds, the sixth rounds, the what have you. But obviously, you want to settle in with a good game. Having said that, it's no big deal. I mean, if you don't, you don't, and then you just continue playing the tournament, and more or less everything has happened after that. So,
seemed like two huge hiccups today. Hikaru Nakamura in round one. I mean, his game was a disaster. Did you take a look at this move, knight E2, and dropping the pawn on E4?
Yes, I mean, he went knight E2, and your first reaction is to assume that he knows what he's doing. Then your second reaction is, but what happens after knight E4, bishop D8, knight D2? Then I thought something clever, like bishop E7, going back knight E4, bishop F8, and blockading on D6. Then I thought, but rook E8 or rook F7, it just looks worse. And then you look for a while longer, and he looked lost, and I didn't understand it, but, well, at some point you have to get back to your own board, but, I didn't understand what had happened, of course.
Well, he had mixed up his preparation, apparently.
Sure, I mean, it happens, what can you say?
And the game with Michael Adams, he also blundered one mover to Aronian.
Yeah.
So again, it's that maybe
that I didn't see so much, because by the time I was in my own time pressure, and the position was getting kind of critical. But of course I kept an eye on it, and I saw that he had missed queen f6 and queen g4 check, queen e4. It's already sort of unpleasant. I don't know, maybe rook at g8 holds, but I wasn't sure.
Well, that makes your rook a8 not look so bad right now.
Yeah.
At least you didn't hang a piece in one move.
Yeah, I mean, Anish just draws by sheer class, and then the rest of us are working like dogs. But anyway.
Well, I'll let you take that up with Anish.
Okay.
Congratulations on your draw, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Okay.
5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand, one of the legends of our game. A senior moment. We don't expect too many more of those from him. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Maurice.
And thank you, Vishy.
Tony, we have a second birthday boy, not just
Yes.
Hikaru Nakamura, Executive Director Tony Rich.
Happy birthday, Tony.
Happy birthday,
Thank
Tony.
you.
Thank you for joining me.
You know, Hikaru does a lot with my birthday. I have to.
You guys should get together and share a party.
Well, Hikaru's birthday did not go as planned, but Tony definitely has some more happy, interesting stories to tell about these photos here.
Oh boy!
What do you got? Take it for us on the top left.
Sure.
What are you doing there,
So that
Tony?
picture there, I'm fighting a kid. I don't even know. No, I'm kidding. So that was the Burning Boards exhibit at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We paired up an artist with a chess player and moved candles that were actually lit, representing the chess pieces. So that was a fun night. The next one is quite possibly my favorite. Chessbra, Eric Hansen there.
Yes.
He had a unique interview style.
Yeah,
so we made some T-shirts to kind of commemorate his time here in St. Louis during last year's Singfield Cup.
I love the word unique.
Yeah. And then bottom left.
Bottom left, yeah. So that's last year at London. I was helping
You
out.
were covering for Jennifer,
That's
who
right.
was in the poker tournament.
Yep,
So
Jennifer
you were
was playing poker, and I was interviewing Hikaru, and I felt like the real reporter on the side of the street there. And it's so nerve-wracking. I don't know how you guys do it, because the whole time I'm thinking, oh, don't screw this up. This is an important question.
Don't be a chess bra on the one on the bottom right. And what was
Bottom
that?
right, that's Tracy Bibbert. We bring her in. She's one of the best arbiters that we have here in America.
Of course,
and she and
for
I
the
were
US
arbiters for the
Championship.
US Championship.
Did you pull in Eric and ever ask anyone if they were a chess groupie?
I did not.
Only
I'll leave
Eric
that
can
to the
do
chess
yes.
bros.
Yeah, very good. Wise decision.
Great. Thank you, guys. Very
Thank
much.
you. And
Thank
again,
you.
happy birthday.
Thanks.
And we'll be looking you up for that treat later, Tony.
Oh, boy.
Well, let's get our final thoughts from London. Here's Maurice Ashley.
Well, I definitely want to wish my good friend Tony Rich a happy birthday as well. I know he'll be coming to London, so we'll figure out some kind of trouble to get you in. Today was a lot of trouble for other players as well. Two players who just played miserable moves, Hikaru Nakamura and Michael Adams. They'll try to forget today for sure, but Vladimir Kramnik showing some serious class as he showed why he is a former world champion. Absolutely great game. We've got three leaders. Whenever you got more than 50% victories in a chess tournament of this level, you're always happy. So 3 wins out of the 5 games. There'll be lots more exciting action, and we'll be giving you all the nitty-gritty details here from London.
Thanks, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice.
Very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to seeing, Yasser, how these 3 players come back tomorrow, because you know it's really hard after you make a blunder like Queen F6 or you miss Queen C7. You basically drop a piece and then you blunder right out of the opening. To keep that aside, but these guys have a class of their own. And
Yeah, one of the things that always is a mark of a great champion is their ability to come back, and I don't put him past any of these guys to do that. Maybe Topalov is the best at just getting and clearing it out of his mind and just playing for the next game. But 3 big wins, and let's get Alejandro. Final thoughts, Alejandro. Wow.
I think Maurice said it all. It was an incredible day for chess. I thought we saw blunders. We saw some pressure. I liked Vladimir Kramnik's game a lot. I thought when we started the broadcast and as soon as we got out of the opening, we said, this is a Vladimir Kramnik type position. He showed why he's such a master in this type of situations, in a complicated position in which the pawn on c7 can go either as a liability or as an asset. One side evaluated correctly and the other one simply didn't. Exciting games all around. I think that even the Fabiana Caruana game, which I think we didn't pay enough attention to, was quite an interesting game, and I hope that we have more fights like these tomorrow.
Thank you. And here's our highlight of the day.
yeah, who cares about the results? I mean, we had this on our broadcast.
Of course. Look at that Grandmaster flash.
That is our very own Alejandro Ramirez, in case you fail to recognize. Although I don't think that's possible with that hair going on. Not much has changed, Ale. Well, we'll be back tomorrow. And don't forget, 2 p.m. London time, so 2 hours before. See you soon.
Love the show. Love the show.